my goodness, I can't believe it. It's Friday night, and it's time for the Season 2 finale of Time for Chaos. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? When did we start this? I feel like we started around Thanksgiving. Was it December that we recorded the first episode?
Wasn't it the new year? Was it January?
Was it January? We didn't get a single ep in the can before?
No. I think we premiered in January, but yeah, I think
we started
before the holidays.
I'm going to hijack this entire recording until I know for sure, or before Michael texts. November 3rd. Thank you, Michael.
Got it.
November 3rd! We've been working on this since November 3rd. It's now the middle of May, and I've used this analogy several times already today, as well as in the talk leading up to this recording. But I felt yesterday and the day before like I was studying for my last exam ever in college, just sitting with tomes like Africa's Dark Six and all this shit, trying to just wrap my head around how to construct this finale and how to be prepared for whatever you guys are going to throw at me. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited to do this. How are you guys feeling?
Not great.
I don't study. Like when I'm doing exams, like I didn't study last night. Like I was coming up with ideas for like what would happen at the end for like my character, depending on what happens. But like I'm not a studier. That doesn't do anything for me.
You just get a good night's sleep, eat some eggs.
I got my notes open for the open book test that we're about to have, and
someone's about to get arrested, unfortunately. and that will.
We gotta bust. Can we get this done in 5 minutes, guys? I gotta go.
It's the bust.
It's my parole officer. So all right, so there's obviously nervousness. It's got that it's like an HBO show, right around the end, somebody's gonna get whacked. Who knows? It hasn't happened yet. You maybe you'll live forever. But take the nervousness aside. Is there an excitement, or is there what's that general feeling?
I'm definitely excited. Like I didn't realize I was going to be like have like this much energy for this like what 11:30 for me. I'm not a morning person, and I'm just like, oh my God, you guys, it's like as soon as I got on the call. But I still had that anxiety dream last night where, you're about to take a college exam, except I mentioned this earlier, but to you guys who are just listening, I had that, like you like have that thing where like you're sitting down for a final that you didn't know, like for a class that you weren't even knew you registered for, except for this time it kind of makes more sense. And I didn't even realize it was like an anxiety dream for like the finale, because I was like about to be in a play where I had no idea what my character's name was. I had no idea what the play was. I don't remember any of my lines. And I'm like rushing, like on foot, running to the theater, like on foot on campus. And I couldn't make it. I kept like veering off and getting lost in different places. And that part was not fun. So
there's this play. Rob and I, we went to this all boys high school in Massachusetts, and there's this thing in Massachusetts called the Massachusetts High School Drama Festival, and it is like the Final Four for theater. It's great. Like 90 something high schools all over Massachusetts enter this like drama tournament. There's like prelims, semifinals, and then the finals happens 3 days in Boston. Like 12 schools do it. You get to leave school early, skip a day of school to go do this. It's amazing. I mean, we did it every single year of high school. I can't express to you how awesome it was. I think about it from time to time.
Yeah, it was great.
Those were the good days. And the play had to be 45 minutes. So we would take, my freshman year, we did Midsummer Night's Dream, cut it down to 45 minutes. Like you would take plays and cut it. But then there would be plays that were just like ready to go. And so from year to year, you would see these same plays come up over and over again, because a lot of schools were like, well, if we don't have a dramaturg that can cut these plays down, we'll just do that 45-minute play. And so one of these plays was called The Actor's Nightmare. And what you're describing is The Actor's Nightmare. The guy just comes on and has no idea that he's in a play, but that's the play. And he just kind of keeps stumbling into famous moments from other plays. Anyways, it is. I think of that all the time, because I've had those dreams where it's like I'm about to go on and I'm like, I don't know what my lines are. Yeah. Or what is with these finals dreams though? Because I've had those all the time where I'm like, did I ever get my fast French in college? Did I get my degree? Because I remember that dream where, was that real?
Man, I hate that I still have those. Like, I'm a full ass adult. Like, I should not be having those dreams anymore.
I have them, but I'm more like I get to the class and I haven't gone all semester or whatever, and it's like, but
it's always that.
Like my dream self is like, oh well, fuck it, and I just like don't go, continue to not go. Like I'm.
That's stronger than my dream self.
I don't know.
Mine is like, how will I ever get the job that I currently have without a college degree?
My future that I'm living will be ruined.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Troy just fades now, like Back to the Future.
Yeah,
like,
missed.
Oh no!
I didn't pass communications 201.
It really does seem crazy. Well, I'm generally excited, but that's easy for me to be excited. But like, I was on a call with the publisher yesterday, and we were going back and forth, and I was talking about like what I love about this art form, this burgeoning art form, is that it really, I think that like when it hits, when it pops, it's as good as anything on network TV. And so like as someone who is just always used to love like, oh my God, season finale of Lost, season finale of Sopranos, it's all like that's what it feels like to me, even though we're living it. I don't know how our story is going to finish, even though I've seen how other stories could finish in terms of this particular chapter. So it's exciting for me, and I know people who are fans of the show are sitting on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, Troy, I just feel like the past 2 episodes we've been in the roller coaster car being slowly drawn up the incline.
Yeah.
Like tick, 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 tick.
Right?
And we're just now cresting the hill. And so yeah, I'm butterflies, baby. Let's see who makes it out of this thing alive.
I'm also just bummed for my future self because it's like every week or so we get to hang out and play this fucking game and chill, and that's now gone. I mean, temporarily, ideally.
It's coming back. It's coming back.
But it's just still like, that's like a chunk of time that I won't have now. But also, I feel like it's worth saying to everybody that's been watching this, thank you. I mean, like feels like at least from what I've seen, like season 2, people started being like, oh wait a minute, and started kind of buying in, and like the fucking fan art that I've seen has been insane.
It's incredible.
It's amazing.
So impressive. It's like there's been like cartoony stuff. There's been Legos. There's been fucking like Mike Mignola adjacent shit. Like it's everything. Every single thing has blown my mind in one way or another. So thanks everybody for watching it. And being up.
I don't get to keep up on like all the comments and stuff like I was able to when we only had a couple of shows, and but I do feel like I have my finger on the pulse of things pretty well, and the people who love this show really love this show, and the best thing you can do is tell a friend to watch this. I want to shout out Chaosium yet again. They sponsored the whole season. It's very, very helpful. But full transparency, at the end of the day, this isn't a show that like brings in money. You know what I mean? This is a passion project. It's something that like, I just read this great book called Start With Why. And it's a, I don't know if you call it business marketing book, but the whole concept behind it is like the reason most businesses tend to fail is they forget about, they've got the what down and they've got the how, but they lose track of the why. And so some of the most successful businesses in the world, when they start to falter, it's because there's a split where they forget about why it is they're doing this, and their customers don't know why they're doing it. And so I've been really trying lately to reconnect to the why we do this, why I ever even started to get into this. And you can't say, well, I do it because I need the money. I need to pay my bills. I do that. Like money is a result. It's not a why. And the why is the love of the game. And for me, there's no other game that I love as much as I love this one and this group and what we're doing here. So stay tuned. Season 3 is inevitable. Who knows what form it's going to take? I'd love for it to be, I don't want it to be a long time between seasons like it was last time. It's just going to be, just play by text. Yeah. You can just read our exploits online. Maybe it could be longer. I'd like it to come out sooner, but just stay tuned. If there's a way that we can do even a chunk of it in person, live in front of an audience, who the hell knows? The sky's the limit. There's a lot more story to be told. So whoever's standing at the end of today and with the Mystery Squad, it's probably going to be everybody. That's how it's been so far.
Oh, you have to fuck you. Don't do that.
Stop.
Not even Nyarlathotep himself could strike you down. I I'm interested to see. I can't stress enough. There is so much more story to be told. I don't want to tell you how far we'll have gotten through, but I will say this season wins. I have 207 pages, a 207-page Google Doc. It is the single largest document for a season of anything I've ever done since we started this Dog and Pony show.
Give it up for Troy for all of this.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, thank you. It's very, very kind.
Truly one of the best in the game.
You son of a gun, you're handsome. At the end of this, I just close that window. That document is closed. I start a new one. Maybe I'll take a week off. I said I'm getting drunk tonight, but then maybe next week I'll start digging in. I'll tell you what, I'm going to email you guys pretty soon after this recording and be like, so where are we going next? But now it's time for chaos. I didn't want to do a huge, long recap because if there's someone just watching this for the first time, please stop being a crazy person.
What are you doing?
This is no way to do this.
Why would you do that?
You don't come in 80 hours into a show. I appreciate you watching. Obviously, your friends have told you to check out the best show in town. Go back to the beginning and make sure you stick around till New York, and then it's a roller coaster ride to here. But for the rest of you watching at home and here today, I'll try to be brief because I think it's important.
Did we want to do, just before you get into that?
Right.
Yes, please.
Before we forget, because we kind of brought it up. So let's see
how it's going to go.
We kind of
got the tarot cards.
We kind of forgot eventually, like it just kind of trailed off. It wasn't like we just fucking forgot is the reason. So, but in the spirit of we're going to use a traditional Rider-Waite tarot deck, maybe it'll give us a better outcome because it's not all like, blah, you're gonna die by tentacles. Maybe it'll give we'll see what the fate has in store for our characters at the end of this.
So now how's it work? You just do a little shuffle-roo and just pick one card?
Here's what I'll do. So I've been shuffling this deck just because I fidget. But go ahead and tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Okay. Now, do you want me to
instructions for tarot decks?
Cut the deck or not cut the deck?
Tell you when to cut the deck?
Cut the deck or take the top card?
Let's take the top card.
Okay. It is 3 of Swords.
Wow, that means only one of you will live. Or only 3 of you will live.
I don't know how to. Okay,
that's how I'm interpreting
let's see what this officially says. So I'm not just giving you my bullshit interpretation.
No, I want our collective bullshit.
Wait, should we know this? Should we know this, or should we wait until the end of the episode?
Well, we can reinterpret.
Noura already knows it, I guess.
Oh boy!
I won't. You know what? I don't. I have to look. I'm not. I don't study, just like Kate. So
I'm just worried that something's gonna like influence my decision making, even on like a subconscious
level.
level.
You know what? I'm gonna put this aside. I'm not gonna look at what it says.
Yeah,
we know what it was. At the end, let's revisit.
Okay.
I love that, but man, my wheels are turning. 3 of Swords. If this is a battle to save the world, why are there only 3 swords?
To those of you listening, don't have a visual. It's a cloud, like a cloudy backdrop with rain. There's a heart in the center, and there's 3 swords piercing through the heart. So let's find out what that means later.
Okay.
Stick around.
It's got to be good, right?
You know what? While we're doing side quests here, why don't we have the final luck roll of the season 2?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All our little mini games here.
One more for the road.
I don't know why I'm rolling, but I got a 58.
Okay.
I don't know.
You know what? I'm just going to take 58 points of luck to spend as I need this session.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I think this is the first time this season I fucking failed my luck roll in a bad way.
Oh, 16
under 24.
Poop.
I failed mine.
Well, Desmond has the luck of the Irish. She just got the best result you possibly could. Failed and rolled a 10 on the D10.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. All right. So
I'm up 10.
You might need that luck. All right. So we got the Vanguard here. Kate?
I'm up. I got 43 luck now going into the finale.
40.
I got more luck.
Okay. All right. Stay tuned. We'll go over again. I'm stalling here for Michael to write in the chat the things you can use luck on, you can't use luck on. So keep that in mind once I reiterate it, is you can use it on anything else within reason. Let's talk a little bit of a recap. Like I said, I really want to keep this brief, but it's important to take a look back. A lot has happened this season. But we've got to go back even further. This all started in Peru when 4 people joined a random exhibition. Margot Sauer, Beiruz Gibran, Carter Tillinghast, Mr. Vaughn Villiers. Maybe they were seeking fortune, maybe they were seeking knowledge, but they all, for whatever reason, shared this innate call to adventure. And it was in Peru where they met a man who had changed the course of their lives, an author and journalist by the name of Jackson Elias. His jam, his obsession, his specialty was cults. And he believed that the whole expedition they were signing up for was tied to an old death cult that perhaps had resurfaced as of late. Well, turns out he was half correct. This old death cult was still around because conquistadors who came to the area hundreds of years ago were still alive, had been turned into these fat-sucking vampires and were roaming around society causing trouble. Their host for the expedition, a man by the name of Augustus Larkin, was not only in league with these Karisiri, but he was marked and possessed by some outer god. Long story short, you stopped that threat in Peru, and you went on with your lives, forever changed, having finally seen through the veil, as it were. So many people in this world live their life never knowing that there's something beyond. You experienced it firsthand in Peru. And the next 5 years of your life is different for everyone. But years later, you're called back together by your good friend Jackson Elias, who stayed in Peru to continue his research, which led him to a discovery. He believes that he unearthed information about the world-famous Carlisle expedition. This is an expedition that was funded by this rich New York playboy and a London Egyptologist that was infamously murdered under suspicious circumstances by a tribe in Kenya. Well, Jackson thinks this is all a big cover-up, that maybe the expedition is even still alive and that something earth-shattering is going on. So you go to New York, talk with Jackson, and walk in on his murder scene. This leads you to a cult called the Cult of the Bloody Tongue, who was behind the murder. This is a cult with ties all the way back to Africa. Someone wanted Elias dead for the knowledge he possessed, perhaps the roads he was going down. He was in the way. He knew too much. He was on to something. He also knew he was not long for this world, and his dying wish that he left behind in his will was that you, investigators, finished the job for him, investigated what was going on, and put a stop to it, because he believed that the fate of the very world was in your hands. So, after dispatching with this cult and dirty cops and all manner of insanity in New York, you retrace Jackson's footsteps while also following in the Carlisle expedition's footsteps and head to London. And your time in London has been eventful, to say the least. In 13 short days, you have followed up on what little leads you had, got sidetracked a few times with other horrors that the world has to offer, and uncovered yet another cult, the Brotherhood of the Black Pharoah. This is a cult that is perhaps not only behind a string of murders of Egyptian nationals in the area, but also in league with other factions around the world in Egypt, Australia, and China, working on something, fabricating parts from incomprehensible schematics made perhaps by someone calling themselves the Pale Viper. During your investigation, though, not unlike Jackson Elias, you become marked, discovered, known to those that you are digging into. Someone or someones know you are onto them, and nowhere is safe. Even the very fog has turned on you. Throughout this investigation, 2 suspects keep coming up to you over and over again. Edward Gavigan, the current lead of the Penhew Foundation, who took over after Sir Aubrey Penhew died during the Carlisle expedition, and Zara Shafiq, an Egyptian spice dealer. They both seem clean as a whistle, but you keep coming back to them over and over again. Even Inspector Barrington from Scotland Yard mentioned Shafiq when you first met him when he investigated the Egyptian murders. She was a person of interest who seemed to be hiding something, but he had her tailed for a while, and nothing came of it. Gavigan, squeaky clean. You finally see the two of them, you think, at the British Empire exhibition talking about you, about what is to be done with you, how best to handle you, as well as the importance of the shipment. Your infiltration of a warehouse at the Limehouse docks shows that the Penhew Foundation is shipping crates on a boat called the Ivory Wind to either Australia or Shanghai. There are fake labels on the crates, and the what that's being shipped is everything from strange works of art to these obscure mechanical parts, the likes of which were being created at Henson Manufacturing, a plant in Derby that you burned to the ground. Oh, there's also some human remains in these crates. A couple episodes ago, Carter, while out and about shopping, is taken by 4 men and brought to the Blue Pyramid Club, a site of an early part of the investigation. You're brought into a room and confronted by Zara Shafiq, who explains the situation. Edward Gavigan is the head of this cult. He is a very, very dangerous man, and on the night of the full moon, there is an initiation ceremony at his country estate, a place called Misr House, where people are sacrificed in the name of this crazy cult. She fears for herself and her fellow Egyptians because he was the one behind all these Egyptian murders, and she looks to you, the investigators, as her only hope of restoring safety to her people, both here in London and abroad. She tells you about the ceremony and explains a very definite time during the proceedings when Gavigan will raise his hands to the sky and yell, and everyone will lose their minds and be distracted. This is the time to strike. And if you choose to kill Gavigan, she will gladly help for all of the atrocities he has committed. So last week, you finish up some business in London, head to the country, rent a boat, and sneak up to this island peninsula upon which Misr House is situated. You skulk through the forest up to the estate and watch as the exodus of the cult members from the mansion begins. You have a couple hours before the ceremony starts, and maybe even free reign of the house, which Shafiq says holds many secrets, the least of which being a secret room where priests used to hide. This is information you gathered while looking into the history of this place. And of course, during all of this, one of your original companions, Vaughn Villiers, not long after proposing to Fayrouz, a marriage of convenience or inconvenience, perhaps. Vaughn, after seeing perhaps too much of the other side, realizes he must rest to get his mind right before it is lost forever. He's endangering the mission. So he stays back at his family home turned bed and breakfast, while a new investigator, tabloid reporter / communist, Desmond Mahoney, joins the crew. I've been talking for a lot, and I'm going to do it again for a little bit. And then I'm going to shut up. But I want to, I said it's like a TV show, so I want to have a kind of a cold open for today. Opening theme song finishes. Blackness. We'll start in this darkness, and then we'll see, like, if it was a camera, it's like eyes slowly opening, taking in the scene. And then we see whose eyes these are. It's a woman of Middle Eastern descent lying on a bed. She's very pretty, but a little disheveled. You can tell by the way that she's looking about the room, she doesn't know where she is until a man's voice pipes up. It's like, "Oh, you're awake." The woman pulls back in fear. She's like, who are you? Where's the baby? Is the baby okay? It's all right. I'm Dr. Billings, and your baby is just fine. Just fine. You're about 14 weeks along, and the little girl is doing quite well. The woman goes from relief to shock. She's like, What? 14 weeks? Baby girl, I just gave birth to a boy moments ago. And she stops with this like determined, sober look on her face. And she's like, where am I? The doctor says, no, don't be alarmed. This is quite common when there's been trauma. You see, and he's cut off by another voice. Other voice is like, please, allow me. And we see a young man step forward from a group of people that are in the room watching this. He interrupts the doctor, and it is a younger version of Feiruz's father. And he looks at the woman. He's like, my darling, grabs her hands. I'm so glad you are awake. You have been in a coma for some weeks now. Your memory will come back slowly, they say, but in spurts, and your past and your present may be jumbled together, but what's important is you're back, and you're safe, and the child is safe. And the woman's like, what about my son? What was this talk of a daughter? And the man hesitates and looks back to the strange group of onlookers in the shadows. I know this may be hard to comprehend where you just woke up, but before we met, you were pregnant with a son. But the birth was very traumatic, and in order to save your life, the child was lost. Soon thereafter, we were matched by our families, and you came here to America. We were married just months ago, and then you had your accident. Surely you remember. And maybe the doctor's voice echoes that, surely you remember. You hear other voices like, oh, you must remember. Surely you remember. You must remember. The woman's head starts to spin at all these voices, and maybe she starts to faint, and Mr. Gibran catches her before she falls out of bed, and he's like, it's all right, my dear. It's all right. He looks to the doctor, and the doctor prepares a sedative and administers it to her. And as she starts to fall asleep from the sedative, you just see her eyes yet again blink, trying to make out the scene as it gets blurry. And you see Mr. Gibran and all these other people in the room just kind of smiling at her. And you hear his voice kind of fade out. You're safe now, baby girl. And you are the mother. And we come back to this forest outside of Misr House. Look to the left, the guards that were at the gate. Not that you ever thought of going in the front gate, but even they leave their post, shutting and locking the gate behind them. You took a riverboat up this weird little river to get around the peninsula. There's trees everywhere. You skulked through. You see the house. There are lights on in several of the rooms. You watched as sometimes people would walk by a window and disappear. But now there is this mass exodus of people away from the house, you would assume, to this stele, where this obelisk where the festivities begin in a couple hours. What do you want to do? What's everybody wearing, Troy? You look, and when you were watching the house, you could kind of make out, looks like people were wearing the styles of the times. But now that they're going outside, they're all wearing robes. It's like there's some symbols on the robes a little far away, but they're very similar. Whatever the symbol is, it's on all of the robes. Maybe some of the robes are a little different. You don't know if there's a ranking between them or what. It's hard to kind of suss out, but they're all robed as they walk towards the, somewhere in the distance.
Cool. Okay, guys. I guess we're gonna just go in this house and see what we can see. Maybe get some sort of tools, some sort of items to help us in our
some sort
quest.
of evidence that we can keep before going to the ritual.
Well, we got a couple hours, I think, to do some snoopings. Maybe we can find the people that are going to be sacrificed. Maybe there's somewhere inside. I mean, we can. But remember, we've heard this place is like unlike anything we've ever seen before. I'm thinking there could be booby traps, trapdoors.
Full of secrets, she said.
Yeah.
Full of secrets.
That's right. Perhaps even something to do with the artifacts or that manufacturing.
Something that could bring it all into focus to make it clear of what it is that they're actually making and planning.
Yeah.
And more evidence that you could perhaps bring to a sympathetic authority. But, and indeed, if what your eyes say is true and there's sort of a robed ritual taking place, and we're supposed to integrate ourselves into it at the appointed time, then I, for one, would like to get my hands on some of those ceremonial garments before we go skulking around, making ourselves too blatant obvious.
It's just 4 chameleons blending in.
Just,
like we do always.
Yes,
all the time, forever, since we've known each other.
I couldn't imagine 4 more inconspicuous individuals, he says, staring at your mask.
What are you looking at?
Oh, nothing.
My wig,
nothing.
that's like not
The wig is still
fully
on.
The wig is still on.
It's getting less and less like combed.
Let's not forget my hat. Yes.
Polyester strands. Just
Yeah.
Hard wig, soft life.
my hat.
Off kilter. Yeah.
I've got a different hat.
Yes. And I've got a different hat with fading into the shadows. Yes.
I would imagine that
Like
the
ghosts.
estate, Troy, is quite large and maybe would be easy for us to like sneak along like a perimeter and suss out like a safe time and spot to kind of like our way inside the house.
Is there a back gate or perhaps maybe a near a tree with an overhanging limb or
A
something?
shrub that we can
a
move.
shrub that
Or maybe perhaps a barrel that we can get inside and scoot around, Silent Snake style.
Let's
Solid Snake.
let's go to the map. Obviously, in Call of Cthulhu, everything's theater of the mind. I prefer playing it that way, but it may help to kind of get a sense of the exterior of this building. I have your pawns here, and with this sad makeshift pawn for Desmond, because we'll have art for Desmond by season 6. I promise.
We'll see if he survives today.
Yeah, if you don't make it, I'm not gonna bother. No, I won't make it.
I'm pulling for you, Desmond, old pal. I'm pulling
We'll do
for
a black and white in memoriam.
you. Yeah. It's been
no.
a long time since you, my friend.
I've put you on the map here. You know, you're not that close to the house, but I just want to show you sort of the exterior, what it looks like. This area in the back here is that little pathway. That's where they all exited from the back of the building. So in the front, those stone steps, that's like as close to a front door as possible. If you remember, I mentioned last week, the whole area is unkempt. Like, nobody's mowed the lawn forever. It's the winter and you wouldn't mow the lawn. But like it's overgrown and just like really poorly taken care of. There's ivy crawling up the walls, but it doesn't look like someone said, we just want to have ivy here. It'll look nice. Like, it looks shitty. Everything about it is kind of out of place with everything you know of Gavigan thus far. So that's a little off-putting, but you do see several windows and a couple exterior doors, and then just one last thing to remind you of: this is a 3-story building. And then I also unearthed or revealed a more detailed map of the Nays. Last week I just showed you from like London to the Nays, but here you can see farmland to the south. That section marked D is the gate where the guards were. B is that Nays Tower that you saw when you were coming around the river, the tower that has historical significance. There's all these like levees and dikes and whatnot, and then Misr House is right there, A. And so you kind of came around this little river here and got to the edge of the peninsula and then walked through that green portion. Now you're right at the edge of the green, watching everything.
Okay. All right, yeah, like I say, we make our way around the opposite side that all the people left.
Yes.
Carter, I know you love
But
the
hey,
back
listen.
doors, but What do you think? Back door, front door, window?
Of course, it's the back door.
Yeah.
Every time. I don't know. I'm gonna own it. Fuck it. Right through the back door.
Aren't they coming out of the back door though?
They are coming out of the back door.
Then
yeah.
I say we go through the front door.
You're a certified front door man.
First time for everything.
Tonight, I'm a front door man. Again, with consent. Except I guess this time, we don't need to get into semantics, because I guess they don't want us in their front door, but I'm not going to keep going.
All right, now, once you leave the cover of these trees, it's overgrown, but you're definitely more exposed as you walk towards there. So in terms of stealth, the way that you approached was, I believe, Carter, you stealthed. So
Yeah,
that only you rolled, and then you were like, come on. Do you want to continue in that fashion? Because if all of you go, then the person with the worst stealth rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go
We
a
can
little
also
further.
army crawl through some of this overgrowth.
Yeah.
Yeah, be sure to make use of your listens, your spot hiddens, your like,
Yeah.
sure everything's on the up and up.
Okay. All right, I'll go scope it out a little bit. But listen, before we get into the shit, I just no one die, okay? Can we just nobody die? And then he kind of like
Thanks for that
turns,
rousing pep talk they're telling us.
he goes
Okay.
to walks over to Desmond, gives Desmond a big hug, and don't die, man. And he goes over to Feiruz, hugs her. Don't die.
Aw.
He goes over to Margot, and he hugs her, and then he looks at her, and you can tell he kind of wants to say something other than "don't die," but then he's like, "Don't die."
Okay.
Here I go. Start stealthing forward.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
What? Really?
Just wanted to dictate
It's
that.
a little pedantic, don't you?
Was she?
44 under 61.
Okay, good. Yes, you don't see anybody around, so you don't need a hard or extreme success, which isn't to say those might not give extra benefits. But you get up, you start going along the front of the building. If you look inside that first window, it looks like a library of sorts. And then you walk past that second window. It's some kind of a dining hall. You remember reading that, like, the Great Hall was where the secret priest rooms is. You don't know if this is considered a Great Hall or not. And then you get right up to the front door, and it's unlocked.
Okay, I want to do just a spot hid, just to double check for moving shadows, the sign of anybody else being in the house, if possible.
Okay, give me a spot hidden.
These are never
Or a listen, whatever you want.
Oh, hello. I think yep, let's do listen.
Okay.
Here we go, guys.
No.
No.
Second roll of the...
My listens is 63, but
Okay.
I did roll a 90, so we're gonna go ahead and...
Yeah, so you're just like, the walls, they're old, they're thick. If there's anything going on in there, you can't hear through them.
I like where this is heading, though. It's a good preview of things to come. Okay, all right. So Carter starts going like,
I mean, we didn't determine a signal, but that's definitely him, right?
I'm a human.
Right. And Desmond will kind of pop his collar and glance at Feiruz and Margot and
Fixes her wig.
never, and begins to, as stealthily as possible, jog in Carter's footsteps toward the front door.
Okay. You guys roll up. Margot, give me a stealth roll.
Don't know why you're picking on me.
I think you have the worst stealth.
Ooh, 32 under 46.
Ooh, mark it if you haven't already marked stealth this season.
No, I haven't yet. This is good.
Boom. All right.
Nice.
All right. So Margot, as the group stealth roll, you guys come up, quiet as a mouse, and you're at the front door, the four of you. So strange to be like at the front door of this place, and it's wide open.
Sorry. Did you unlock it already?
Yeah, I lockpicked it. It required an extreme success, and I did it.
Oh, that's telling us there.
That's
front door
amazing.
man.
I mean, I'm on a roll, guys.
So good.
Anyway. Open this door.
Just push it open and peek inside.
Okay.
If I glance through the gap.
Okay. I'm gonna roll over those stealth rolls. Have you roll stealth? I'll have you roll stealth here and there, but for this time, I'm gonna roll that over. You peek inside, and it looks pretty unremarkable in there. It's very dirty and dusty again, just very unkempt. You don't see a lot of furniture or any signs of comfort that one might associate with a man of Gavigan's standing. The hall and any like rooms up ahead that you can see into look like they're wood paneled, although maybe an occasional tapestry breaks up the monotony. What furniture you do see is very old and as quiet as you try to open the door, like right away as you start to open it, you feel like you're going slow, but it's like just an old creaky door. So you have to go like really, really slow to avoid having there be like a real loud noise. You can see some exposed pipe work. It's just like tung, 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 tung. Just the boiler turning on and off at odd times.
This place is a dump.
I'll reveal it on the map. It's just like you see it's the room that you're looking into is like a central hallway. There are stairs going up. There's a door at the end of the hallway, and then 2 doors on the left side, 1 on the right.
I'm going to...
Strange that an upper bourgeoisie like Gavigan would live in such relative squalor.
Maybe he doesn't
He's
live
just
here.
got a place in London, and this is his.
They just
summer
use it for
cult house.
their cults. Yeah, their cult stuff.
Still,
Now I know why they do this outside. It's messy. It's
So stuffy.
there's
smells.
close.
I am going to, just for the sake of keeping quiet, Fairuz takes off her shoes just so she could walk around in her socks and just be that much more quiet.
Okay. Shoes in one hand, automatic weapon in the other, or are you guys not coming in guns blazing?
Desmond
I'll
definitely
have
has
a-
his club.
Yeah,
I
the shoes go in the bag, and gun is drawn.
I have
don't
my
think
gun
this-
in my hand. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no harm in pulling a knife out here.
You keep
And
remembering.
you mentioned something about
Yeah.
fading tapestries and stuff.
Yeah, there's some tapestries on the walls that break up, but they're like, you'd think there would be more decorations.
Yeah. Am I seeing anything evocative of ancient Egypt?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you are. Nothing like super descript. One of them looks like it's kind of stylized. It looks like a I don't know if it's a pharaoh or whatnot. It's almost like hieroglyphic in nature. It's holding like 2 scepters up as this like eldritch blast comes at it. It's blocking the magic. You can't see where this blast of energy is coming from. It's very heroic, but it's faded and old.
Charming. Love what he's done with the place. Aye. And you mentioned 2 doors up ahead of us?
Yeah, there's 2 doors on the left and 2 doors on the right. I'll reveal. I'm gonna reveal a little tighter. Yeah.
And then we
I
know
see.
a room to
Yeah.
the right is a
No.
library-ish.
Yeah, you know that the library and the dining hall are to the right.
Well, we uncovered that information about a place
You
to
know what? Sorry, I'm going to actually reveal where he looked in those windows. I'm going to reveal the size and shape of those rooms.
Great.
Nice.
Could we just do could I do a listen roll on the other side just to see if there's anybody inside on that side that we should be aware of?
Yeah, give me a little this.
Success. Oh,
Right.
no, why did I press that twice? I don't know. Do you want... I didn't see it on the thing, and so I clicked it 2 times. It was a hard success on the first time I actually.
Yeah, hard success
pressed
first. And the second one was success. All right, so you listen in, and you do hear faint shuffling of feet, like in the distance. So you're listening to the left side, and stage left here. You do hear the shuffling of feet. It sounds like one person, maybe 2, and you hear like clink, 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 like dishes, plates, glasses, or something. It's very, very faint, but hard success. You're attuned. There's someone deeper within that section, at least one person, maybe more. You don't think it's much more than 2, and you hear the sound of plates or glassware.
So without verbally saying anything to the mystery squad, I'll point to the door and I'll gesture that there's, 1 or 2 people in that direction, and that to keep quiet.
Should we leave someone outside this door to keep watch if people want to go into the other rooms, like the dining room or the library that we saw?
Yes, perhaps. Also this door in the back, of which way you know not. And, Desmond might go to that left-hand door a little deeper into the room, into which we have not looked from the outside. And if it's unlocked, just kind of creak it open a little bit to peep inside.
That's in the direction of where Feyruuz heard sounds, but you feel pretty confident that there's nothing on the other side of this wall that she heard.
Right.
So you just take a little gentleman's peek into this left side room to the right next to the stairs leading up.
That's right.
And there's no one in there. It looks like a breakfast room. But you can see that the door on the far side of the room is open and looks like a kitchen in there. And you see a woman just like taking dishes and bringing them into another, like off screen, like to the north, somewhere else in the building. Comes back in a second later, grabs some more plates and stuff from the kitchen, brings them to the north.
Looks like they've... He might turn to the gang. He's like, looks like they maybe left the scullery behind. Someone tidying up after the party indoors, it looks like.
All right, so let's just stay away from
Maybe we
that
can lock
area.
her in here so we can know that she's not going to find us or get out.
Well, if she goes to
Even if locked
walk
in,
through a
there's
door and it's locked, won't she
the
freak out
possibility
then?
for a great deal of commotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're constantly remembering what Shafiq said, like, don't give him any reason to think anything's amiss. Tread carefully. Because if anything goes wrong leading up to the ceremony, it may tip him off that something's not right.
Let's just be quiet for now.
Yeah.
And if that's the kitchen, then Desmond thinks that maybe the door on the left that's a little bit closer to the south may open up into that great hall they've heard about, under which is the secret area. It's just his thought. So we might, unless people are opposed, peek in that other door.
Do it.
Yeah, I think we should
Yeah.
open all the doors,
it.
but definitely go
Yeah,
in the
just
library
swing.
at some point.
Yeah, definitely want to see in there.
Definitely the library, yeah.
All right, you take a
So
peek
look in that
other door, and
Now that we know
It's
the
like-
source of the noise.
looks like some sort of reception room, like a receiving room, but thick layer of dust on everything. It maybe at one time or another was used as a reception room, but now you see some footprints in the dust, like people have walked through here recently, but it doesn't look like a room that has been often used to host parties. It's so strange, and there's a little bit of furniture, but it's pushed up against the walls that are pretty bare. Another tapestry or two.
This whole building has the charm of a tomb. So yeah, creepy. And if people want to see the library, why not?
Well, the
Seeing as how
footsteps.
dusty this place is, in the library, I'd like to see if there's any books that are less dusty than others to indicate that maybe they've been picked up and read more often than the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If I could do like a spot hit or something.
Yeah, for sure. Let me maneuver you guys around. Can you guys control your pawns or not?
Oh, I haven't tried.
They're really
believe
just-
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Are you all going to the library here?
So we were in here, right?
I think we'll stick
We were in
together.
that
Yeah,
central
right?
hall. Yeah, if we have, I think so.
So then we go through this room and come into here.
Yep, you go through that like dining room again.
Yeah.
Table, thick layer dust, nothing on it. A candelabra, the candle's been burned all the way down. Like thick drippings of wax underneath it.
So wait,
Slide
where she's doing dishes, but the dining room table looks unused.
Yeah.
That is odd, isn't it?
This is like a key party. I'm so uncomfortable with this whole situation.
They were all in this building, but everything looks so untouched except for some footprints. They must
So
have
maybe they
all
were-
been hanging out somewhere else.
They were there having their soup or whatever the fuck in like the dungeon.
Yeah.
You're in the library. There's a single door leading to the north, and you're looking around the room, untouched. Books, Egyptology, Egypt history, all the dynasties that you've been reading about. There's books on each one of them. Some about Egyptian art, some about Egyptian rulers. But like, if anyone's been in here, they have then taken the dust from the floor and put it back on the books. Looks like it hasn't been used since the previous owner. It is a pretty well-stocked library, but not huge. The library at the Penhew Foundation is much more robust than this. And, as you already know, contained more interesting things. Did you roll a spot hidden?
Yeah.
No, but I would like to.
Love to.
Not yet.
And- or a library used to.
Oh,
Do spot hidden.
The spot hidden was like, does any book look untouched? And then library used to be like,
Right.
is there anything relevant
okay.
here?
So for the spot hidden, can I do both a spot
Yeah,
hidden?
for
and
sure.
library? Okay, so for spot hidden, I got a regular success.
Okay.
For
Margo,
library,
you have library used to?
I have library use also. I'm going to roll that
Yeah.
also just to see what happens.
please do, because I failed. I could use some luck, or I could try to push. I would prefer
Yeah.
to push a
I got a
library use.
A big fail. It'll be like 29 points
Oh my gosh.
or something.
I rolled it. I got a 6 under 20.
Damn.
Nice.
A hard success on library use.
Nice.
You're good at researching for like,
Awesome.
your stories.
Fairuz
right.
has allergies and she's from all this dust.
I go through the archives of the Scoop. It's far less organized than this.
More grimy.
All right, let's say that Fairuz, you maybe notice looking along. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like a couple of these books have been used maybe semi-recently, just as Desmond comes and notices the same, like the subject matter jumps out at Desmond. Maybe your hands touch. And they're books on like ancient methods of torture. Open it up, you see pictures of like old ancient Egyptian torture devices, like these cages that people could be put into, and the door slowly closed with like spikes on it.
The Iron Maiden.
Oof.
Yeah, like ancient Iron Maidens, like stretching things. You see like people being waterboarded, but like some of it horrific. And some of the pages have been dog-eared. And
That
then,
was my
like,
next question, yeah.
Yeah, and so obviously your eyes are drawn to that, and it just goes into detail, not only how the torture was implemented, but how some of the books on like how these contraptions were constructed.
Is there a why to this torture device? like
No, it'd
why
be
they
like-
were used.
The most common way would be like for enemies or unruly workers.
Troy, is there a way to so that's like a cross-reference my memory roll? But like when we stole those plans and stuff for in Henson Manufacturing for whatever crazy shit they were building, is there any like familiarity between what we saw there and what we're seeing in this torture book? Like, are they making a crazy torture?
No, neither those strange devices and mechanisms nor the cryptic symbols that you saw on the schematics. You don't see those symbols either.
Okay.
But yeah, those were like way more out there. These seem pretty.
I get what this does. This pulls someone's testicles off.
Oh, this
Got
just
it.
yanks on somebody's nuts.
And this
Does
is all
this-
too comprehensible.
Does this indicate a particular dynasty, a certain time period?
There are three books altogether, and it's kind of like a history of torture. But the book is written it's not like some of the books you read, they're like dark, roll a sanity check type stuff. This is much more like an encyclopedia.
Like a reference.
It's very
Reference book.
very dry, very cut and dry. And here's how they were built. It's almost marveling that they were able to build these things, but the same people that built the pyramids. So, of course, they could build a cool torture device, unless it was aliens.
Tartarians, Noura.
Yeah, Noura, you'd know all about that.
Tell us, Noura.
That's from a Patreon. So.
Where we go into the deep truths.
That's $5.99 a month.
Yeah. Truth is paywalled.
Maybe while Desmond and Feyruz find books, maybe I help Carter listen at the door to the north.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure we're good there.
You
Keep an
gently
eye
hold
out.
his ear
Yeah,
next to the door.
we're both listening, facing each other against the door.
The glass. All right, give me a listen roll.
He's on a roll, baby.
It's a 94.
44.
Tempting fate.
We're getting up.
44 is a fail. So we're distracting each other. We're not even helping each
Do
other.
you hear anything?
What?
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 I can't hear you because you're whispering in half my ears against the...
Their faces are so close together.
Do you hear anything?
Possibly hear anything. Desmond is just looking at these torture woodcuts and stuff. Ugh. Imperial dynasties, kingdoms, feudal lords. The modern capitalist puts the torture device within the soul of the worker.
God, where do you
He does
get this?
he does not need the external lash, for he puts the wheel within.
Carter's up unfortunately, I hear Desmond right now.
Yes. I mean, it's just incredible how he always draws the comparison straight back to capitalism. It's incredible.
It's right there.
It's like in high school when a
Everybody
kid
knows.
first discovers goth, and they're like, "I'm just gonna be goth now," and I got the soundtrack to The Crow.
And you can definitely, every time Desmond launches into one of these little monologues, you can see him cutting his eyes around at you, are you impressed at my wisdom? And but seeing well, now I know that Galligan is shades of a Marquis de Sade, but it doesn't look like any of these rooms are frequently used. We just saw so many people come out of here. If the dust is as thick as it is in the other rooms, then maybe we'd be able to see the sweep of their robes and the footprints in the dust to see where they come from.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We were also told that there were lots of hidden things that to be found in this house. So I would imagine, and as she says this, she's starting to dart around for maybe if there's any ways that there would be a secret compartment here, any floorboards, any shelving, any candelabra situation from this.
Didn't he have a moving bookcase in his office?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So perhaps
Maybe there's one
We know what this guy has
Maybe
up
this
his
move-
sleeve.
Yeah, rolling over your hard success from before, you're really looking at that if this is his MO. Any other? Nothing. And as you've looked through this place so far, the hallway and the stairs leading up seem to have been tread as of late. There wasn't as thick of dust on the floor there. And you also saw, from time to time, people in the windows upstairs.
Right.
And then, they went away. Doesn't mean they're not up there, but at a certain point, when everybody started walking out, you were watching upstairs, you didn't see any more movement up there. But looking to the left side of the building where that maid or whatever it was, not a lot of footprints. In here, not a lot of footprints.
All right.
Okay.
Let's just keep our eye out for foot traffic.
And there's
Speaking of
also a
backroom.
downstairs, right?
Awesome.
Like a basement.
I was just so excited for the library. It's never like the mystery novels. We never find it. I just want to find a secret bookcase.
I get it, but look at it this way, Feyruz. I mean, we've been in a few libraries right now. We found some pretty crazy shit in those ones, right? Skin books and what have you.
Oh,
Safes.
it's true.
You
Yeah,
know?
I thought we
Just
would.
don't have the recency bias, that's all.
We'll have another spooky book, I bet, and that you can take.
Yeah,
We'll find
something
it.
crazy's gonna happen, don't worry.
So we're okay to move forward.
Yeah, I guess we go to
okay
this-
with this.
Yes,
Room to the north.
Peek through and see what's at the north.
Right.
Yeah.
You open the door to the north, and it opens onto the largest room you've seen thus far. In fact, to the west is a grand set of double doors opening into this great hall.
Hmm.
You would think that it probably housed great dinner parties and dances in times past, but like every other room, it has been left to gather dust. Dominating the room is a magnificent stone fireplace on the eastern wall, flanked on either side by dusty suits of armor, which have been attached to the wood-paneled walls. You see more of these tapestries that kind of continue that motif of some hero holding scepters up against a blast. Yeah.
All right. Now, we've been told that this is where, beneath this is where a secret recusant priest hiding basement is. So, Desmond is like, that fireplace looks promising. And, we'll quietly cross the hall and poke around there. Can I do a spot hidden around there?
Yeah, and all of you are, I'm assuming, are going and looking,
Yeah.
so give me spot hiddens across the board.
I want to try to pay attention to any like candelabras on the wall, like if you can
Yeah.
pull them or something. Ooh, 29 under
Okay.
69, hard.
Yeah, I
Nice.
also got a hard success, 19 under 60.
Nice.
I also got a hard success, 23 under 80.
Look at us.
And a
I
fumble
failed.
from Rob.
Yeah, Carter's standing in the corner, Blair Witch style.
You're looking at those
don't see
suits of
anything, guys.
armor.
I'll tell you what Carter's
Yeah.
fucking ogling is these suits of armor.
You've
What's
been
it gonna
talking
take?
about it.
Take a breastplate.
I want a chest plate.
Their shields.
All right, so you start looking around. 3 hard successes. You're looking specifically for candelabras or a book or anything like that. You find 3 things. On either side of the fireplace, the walls, something seems off. There is a brick that can be depressed. You see, there is a brick that can be pushed in, and there's 2 of them, one on either side of the fireplace. And on the floor, towards the one to the left, the dust on the floor has been heavily disturbed.
Nice.
Huh.
Right.
Troy,
Not the one on
you-
the right.
Not the one on the right.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Troy, you think I'm joking? I want to try to put a piece of armor on.
All right, so
Carter, what about Sonoise?
Oh, what? What, me walking around? I'm not putting the whole
armor.
thing on.
Putting armor on usually carries with it a stealth penalty.
What if it's just
you,
the chainmail?
you go, this is actually straight out of the book. You go to, like, the armor is, like, bolted together and permanently fixed to the woodwork.
You fucker. You didn't have to do that.
His
You're gonna
hands are
cut that
tied.
part out. Yeah, I mean, it's decorative. It's Fuck, it's
I
like
hate
not only
this
like
place.
just bolted to the wall, they're bolted together. Like there's no way, even if you were able to pry it off, that you'd be able to.
You guys leave me behind. I'll be up here. Just blowtorch.
Prying the nails out of the wall.
Acetylene torch.
What do you reckon? You pushed both bricks at the same time?
It
try
doesn't
that.
look like it because the right one doesn't look like it's been touched, but the left one does.
Or it's the floor beneath it that looks where the dust is disturbed?
Yeah, on the left side,
No,
footprints.
Well, maybe don't stand directly on that spot.
Yeah,
that
the
has-
footprints go all the way to the door, up to this part where there just seems to be a lot of stuff going on. The right side, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Then part of me is just tempted to touch the left side, but this may be a clue that that's all you're supposed to do, or maybe
I mean, if
you
nobody
do
was
both.
even over there,
Yeah.
then when was it ever pushed at all?
Then okay, yeah, Desmond will kind of get close to the wall, kind of look in everybody's eyes, like fortune favors the bold, and pushes the brick on the left side where the dust has been disturbed.
You push the brick on the left side, and as you do, the suit of armor that is hanging on the wall, like slides open. Doesn't make any noise, oddly enough, like a little whoosh sound, and you see a staircase leading down.
All right.
Now we'll see what your secrets are, Mr. Galligan.
Nice.
Another secret basement. Oh, we found such good stuff in the last one.
Oh yes. If there's any bathtubs,
Yeah.
I would.
Things always go well when we go down the
It's
stairs.
always nice when there's a wall full of questionable vials
Don't look at any
and
bad
rotting corpses in tubs.
So right.
Right, shall we?
Yes, but there may be some of them robes that we can pinch.
Yeah. Let's do a quick listen down. Let's just crane our necks down the stairwell.
Yes, good idea.
You go down there.
Fair.
I mean, you don't go down there, you just listen.
Shit. My ears are broken.
Oh, are we all listening?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, someone else should, for sure, given my
Yeah.
rolls.
Hard success again. 21 under 65.
Rocks. Make sure to check out those successes. This is your chance to get some bonies between seasons. You listen. Hard success is the absence of sound. It's like a vacuum.
It's always good.
I don't think there's anyone down there.
Troy, before I forget,
Not
I should
alive,
ask
anyway.
this- I should have asked this when we were outside creeping around. All these people drove here in cars? I'm
There
assuming?
were several cars parked out front. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to double check. Just
Yeah,
thinking
and you
different
didn't see
getaway.
you didn't see any other boats because that little river where you guys went up, it's not super accessible. That's not the way you would travel.
All right. All right, should we go down these creepy stairs?
Shall we then?
Just takes a torch.
Yep. Having dealt with one light-sensitive beast, you got flashlights.
Is it
on
yeah?
us.
Is it pitch black down there, Troy? Is there a light coming up?
It is. Yeah.
There's no people down there, but there might be a fog monster. So
Is there a
let's just-
switch on this side, like on the stairs side?
Feel around. No.
So how do people ever get out of here? They never shut this thing.
Perhaps that's what the other brick's for.
To close it?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe it only closes from the outside.
Could be.
Okay.
You feel around.
One of us
and
could
you
stay
do-
up to act as sentry.
Uh-huh.
If you're looking down there with the flashlight and feeling around a little bit, while you don't see a light switch or anything to pull, you do see like something that looks like it's been disturbed on the wall by handprints, and you can just deduce that you can probably close yourself in with that if you wanted to.
Okay. Shall we shut it behind us and go down then?
I don't
Okay,
know,
so there is a
sometimes,
way to open it from this side if we
Yeah,
need to.
there is a way to open and close it from this side. And,
Yeah, let's close it.
Well,
Okay.
sometimes
Right.
basements are full of knowledge. Sometimes they're full of zombies. You know.
that's right. You never know.
Sometimes they have wells with creatures inside.
You press the thing and just... The thing closes behind you. The only light in the room being that coming from your torch, which is British for flashlight. Who's in the front here? It's a thin little stairway. It's really meant to be single file.
Sounds like...
I mean, I'll
Sounded like Favors was really
I'll do
hearing
it.
down there.
Yeah.
I'll
So
be
you
right
push
after
Fayruz
with
down
my
the stairs.
shotgun.
Fayruz, followed by Margaret with a shotgun, followed by
Let's say Desmond.
Big D and C.
D
You
and C.
Big DNC.
The DNC.
go down. This is the name of the episode. You go down, and the stairs end at a iron door, which is open. And beyond the iron door is a workshop. There is a bizarre array of medieval torture devices, including a rack and an Iron Maiden, very similar to the stuff you saw in the book you were just perusing. There's a workbench nearby upon which rests tongs, pincers, thumb screws, some modern-looking knives. You see a brazier kind of in the center of this room. It's a decent-sized room. It's not huge. It's currently unlit. Just going around against the opposite wall, sitting below some shelves, there's a desk and 3 more tables, which are cluttered with an assortment of jars, small boxes, and tins, as well as statuary, scrolls, and more books. Sitting on the shelves are 4 unhealthy-looking plants in pots, not unlike everything you've seen.
There's no windows down here. What the fuck are they trying to grow plants?
The plants are like 12 inches high, but they're very unhealthy looking. And on the far side of the room is another door. But there's a lot of shit in this room.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about this shit. How does it look like any of the devices have been used, or is this stuff that's been here for hundreds of years?
Like being collected or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, can Carter open the Iron Maiden?
It's like rusted on its hinges. You do see that the instruments all look as if they've been used.
Oh.
Not like fresh blood. Certainly nothing is wet if you start touching or just hold the flashlight up close to these instruments. You don't see the glistening of fresh blood, but there are blood stains over everything.
Oh,
And it's
man.
not neat. The room is very messy. Although the instruments are laid out nicely, they're all covered in blood. The Iron Maiden, every individual spike, covered in blood. You don't see any bodies.
They really need to take a bristle brush to these.
He's a madman.
I can't wait
Says
to
Fayruz.
defeat these people.
I think this really shakes Desmond up. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a madman.
So clearly,
He's a madman.
All right, always just
What are they doing here?
stay focused, buddy. Stay focused. We got a job to do. We got to stop these assholes.
in looking away from this blood, my eyes dart over to the desk with lots of stuff on it. Can I go check that out?
Yeah, there's a few drawers. You start to pull at the drawers.
Oh.
Lost
Troy, you're
all
muted.
Audio.
Oh.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
Wait, am I really muted?
Oh, you're back
Now
now.
you're
now
not.
you're back, but your mouth
Yeah,
is
you're back.
moving. And
Huh.
you
That's-
fucking with us?
It like wasn't on Zoom. It was something to do. Yeah, it was.
Dude, this is Call of Cthulhu shit, because nothing is changing on my end. That is
Ah,
weird.
so creepy.
The ghosts are with us. All right, so I was gonna say what I was saying. I don't know if the audio picked it up, but you start going to the desk and the drawers are unlocked. You find a large ledger, the things that stand out to you, a large ledger and an unfinished letter.
Well,
let's check out that letter.
we'll be having that.
You want to look at the ledger first or the letter?
The letter.
The letter. I'd like to refer you to VTT.
It's a lowercase b.
Haven't had a
It's supposed to be an
good old-
uppercase one.
good old-fashioned handout in a while.
Oh,
There we go.
Beirut, you found it. You read it.
Hold on. This is in a font that's kind of weird.
But that's okay. It's kind of like your
For the attention, Pale Viper. For the attention of Pale Viper. Am I seeing that
Yeah.
correctly?
That seems correct. Yeah, it's a very nice script.
Elias has been dealt with by our friends in New York. Now we must turn to our other problem, namely Jack Brady. I understand that he may be in Shanghai and ask if you would direct your resources to hunting him down. It is stupefying?
Mhm.
It is stupefying that this troubling man has evaded us for so long. He may become an obstacle to our great plan. If you wish, I will.
And it
And
just
then it
kind
ends there.
of cuts off. Yeah.
Great plan looks
Jack Brady, definitely
capitalized,
heard that
like
name
it's a
before.
like it's a name.
Jack Brady.
Jack Brady in Shanghai.
Anybody have Jack Brady in their notes?
But this is proof that
Our friends in New York.
yeah, we deal with those guys.
What you told me about that, about Elias, your friend, what was done to him there. These bloody tongue fellers and the
right.
and the Black Pharoah. Here you got the connection. Here's the paperwork that proves the two are in cahoots and combined.
Yeah.
It's not
unsigned.
separate cults. It's one great order.
It is connected, isn't it?
Pale Viper.
Pale Viper.
That's who they're contacting and shipping things to in Shanghai. So this Brady fella's working against them there.
Sounds like Mystery Squad is global. Even if he doesn't know it yet.
Anybody find Jack Brady? Your characters would know it. I just want to see if you. What do you
Jack-
got there? Okay.
Jack Brady was on the Carlisle exhibition.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, right. I thought,
He was a member of the expedition. He was Roger Carlyle's, buddy.
And he's the one that got spotted after the fact, right? Like, didn't we have some lead where it was like, or there was some rumor that someone that was on the Carlisle expedition was spotted in
was
Shanghai?
seen in Shanghai. Yeah.
I have a note that he was saved from being convicted of murder. American assistant on the Carlisle expedition, not noted at being in attendance at Royston Whittington's dinner. And then Niles Nelson reported seeing him in Hong Kong after the Carlisle murders less than 2 years before Elias showed up to investigate, was friendly and guarded. And I don't know what that word is that Kate wrote in the past. Tacitum? Is that a word?
Taciturn?
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 Tacit?
I don't know why
Yeah.
you wrote that. Yeah, that is a good word.
Oh, Troy.
Jack
They-
Brass Brady. He was Roger Carlyle's friend and erstwhile bodyguard. And yes, Carlyle's lawyers had saved Brady from a certain conviction for murder. Maybe that's why he felt indebted to Carlyle and went along on this expedition. But like all the other members of the Carlisle expedition, he was dead. They found his body dead. But Elias obviously told you that he thinks that something else is going on, and now you're finding a letter written after Elias's death, sort of confirming that to a certain
Yes.
degree. That Brady might still be alive.
Great.
It is
Also-
a problem for friend of the Pale Viper.
Mhm.
Didn't we also sort of see notes that the exhibition, they like found the dead bodies, but they didn't really confirm that was them all the way. They just like found dead bodies and assumed they were the expedition.
I mean, it was all super shady because like
yeah.
The way that the justice was handled there was very corrupt and not above board. So it's safe to assume that nothing about the way the Carlisle expedition was officially reported is actually the case. But this Brady character assumed dead is now. He's now your man in Shanghai. An unofficial member of your little band, the Mystery Squad, it seems. Very much like to interview him before this pale viper gets to him.
What does he know that they would be after him?
Do we take this letter? Are we going to need to prove this to anybody?
My God, take everything you can carry, Dylan asked.
This is the only evidence that links everything so far.
Are you telling me you wanted me to steal some shit?
Yes.
Done.
Oh, these are aristos and bourgeoisie, Mr. Tanas. You're not stealing, you're liberating.
Oh, right.
You're committing a federal crime, stealing mail.
Marco, do you have your camera? And this proof that we got it from this room.
Yes. She takes a picture of you like holding it near the desk.
As all that's going on, I might flip open that ledger.
You flip open that ledger, and there was a page filled out. If you want to go ahead and give that a read.
Oh my. Very thorough. Let's see here.
Yeah, you can kind of cut to the facts if you want. But the dates are important. This all happened between May 1924, June, July, August, November, December, all 1924. There are a collection of invoices and receipts. Go ahead and read the details of each one.
Various invoices and receipts. I'm passing back and forth. The first, fabricated materials and parts, prototypes to Pale Viper. Care of Ho Fang Import-Export in Shanghai. Here's that Ho Fang again. That's their importer-exporter, just like Chaudhry is here in England. And still this Pale Viper, their man in Shanghai. Next entry. Receipt of technical schematics and blueprints, care of Pale Viper, delivered to Henson Manufacturing, Derby. So they're receiving the schematics and blueprints from Shanghai and then shipping them back. Next receipt, ancient machine parts, care of Houston, Australia, delivered to Henson Manufacturing, Derby. Now there's a sentence one doesn't read often. Ancient machine parts. Next entry, 24-inch statuette of the Father of Serpents, solid gold. To Houston, care of Randall Shipping Company, Darwin, Australia.
And Houston, that name rings a bell to you guys. You've seen Houston. Do you have something Houston-y? That name's come up for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Robert Houston, the doctor.
Yeah.
That's another Carlisle attendee.
Yeah.
So that other one, care of Houston, Australia. Houston's not a city. You'd think that's
a man.
The same Houston, yeah.
There's this Carlisle expedition is some are alive, some are in cahoots with this band, and some are working against them. Next entry, forwarding of the quote Red Diary of Anselm de Montfort to Omar al-Shakili, Cairo, Egypt. Next entry, astronomical charts, celestial references in large 6 feet statue representational of bloody tongue. Shaya Singh, Randiri Karta, Mombasa, Kenya.
6-foot statue? The tongue?
There's that bloody tongue that you talk about in Encounter the Worshippers of that they did in Mr. Elias in New York.
This also links
connected
everything together a little bit, yes. Because we've got all these clues to Australia, to Shanghai, with the cult, and the manufacturing, and this has it all on one piece of paper. This is also linking it. We need to take this.
Yes.
Yep.
Finally all tying in together.
They're receiving schematics and machine parts, manufacturing and fabricating here, and then shipping them off elsewhere.
Well, don't forget, they're shipping them off with labels to Egypt, but underneath those labels are labels to Shanghai. Or no, sorry, to Australia, I think, right?
Well, it looks as though they're sending and receiving at these various points. They've got their man in Darwin, they've got their man in Cairo, they've got their man in Shanghai.
And it sounds like Robert Houston is still working with them, but Jack Brady is not.
Yeah.
Yes. So what is it that Jack Brady has seen? Or what does he know?
Well,
That they
from what we remember, it sounds like Jack Brady was on the exhibition because he was indebted. But the doctor, Dr. Houston, he was a doctor and maybe like a psychologist, maybe was interested in this. So is still like with everyone.
What is this? Have we heard Father of Serpents before, or is this the first?
You know, when you hear
I
serpents,
thought-
you start thinking of Miles Shipley, obviously,
Yes,
the lizard person.
Yeah.
And also, when Larkin died, didn't he say something to the father of maggots?
Yes.
It was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, could be a very common, that's how they call things: the father of serpents, the father of maggots.
I thought there was a bat one too or something. I think that was an Australia situation.
Oh, right.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think that
you've heard something
we have
about
heard
that.
something like that. I think it was from a book, though. Did you think?
Feel free to try and roll your mythos. I know some of you have like a
Ooh.
3.
I definitely will try.
Let's see if-
try.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like
Worth a shot.
you gotta, I think that like as you read more of these books and obtain more of these books, by the way, there's like 100 books in this room that all look super rare. You start unlocking more mythos, but lower your possible sanity.
So I got a 32 over, 3? But I'm like, do I use like
That much.
all that? I have 43 luck
Eh.
to like understand. I'm not sure.
You
I
probably
don't
don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like you want to use that for life
Because
saving.
at the end of the day, this
Yeah.
is research. It's clutch. But have that you don't think that knowledge is going to
You'd think that
point to
these things would reveal themselves as we continue.
Yeah.
And I mean, you do know somebody who's currently convalescing in rural England with a higher mythos skill.
It's probably going up by the day. I will say that both the letter and the ledger are the same handwriting.
Yes, they are.
Well, now they're in the same pocket. Mine.
That's right. And that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
We're uncovering not only a conspiracy that's local, it's global. Yes.
All right. There's this other door, right?
Yeah, a couple more things in this room of note, just because I
Oh, yeah, the
mentioned
scroll
it,
in the book.
We moved
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
There's on one of the tables. There's this cushion. It's like beautiful cushion with an indentation on it, like something is meant to rest there, but is not currently resting there.
So I shine my light on it. Do I get a sense of, from the sort of palimpsest, as it were, of what was sitting on it? What
It's like the
what
letter
was
X.
there?
It's like the letter X.
Okay.
Cruciform shape.
X, or like something crossing
It's there crossed.
multiple things. Yeah.
States. And Desmond immediately, his memory goes back just a couple minutes ago to the crossed scepters of the figure on the tattered tapestries upstairs.
You go over to the books and scrolls, and I mean, like I said, there's like 100 or so. They look super rare and intriguing. You don't have a ton of time here. Some of them are stacked in wooden boxes. It just like quickly looking through, they're in a wide range of languages: Arabic, English, Hebrew, French, German, Spanish, Frisian.
How often does Sauer get to read something in German?
I know, right? I'll take a German book and maybe can we like do a roll to see what looks most interesting to take with us?
Yeah,
We're taking stuff, right?
Yeah.
It takes
I'll
some
take
stuff.
some Arabic
Obviously,
books.
when
Oh, you better believe it.
we kill all of these people, we can just come back down here too. But just in case, grab one or two things.
Yeah, and Feyruz, you're like, man, I wish we could have them all, but trying to fit all these in would be, to read all these books would probably unlock some knowledge. But give me a spot hidden, see if anything really jumps out at you.
Okie dokie. I keep failing. 94 under 80, but like if I spent luck on this, I feel like it would help us in the long run.
I could try to roll first because Marco's been into the books too.
Here's what I'll tell you: with the sheer number of these books, we're looking at least a hard success to try and find anything that would really jump out at you. So I don't want you to burn that luck unnecessarily.
No.
But someone else might nail it, and library use would probably be the better role here. So if you want to do a re-roll instead of spot hidden,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. Carter did a library use once.
I'm going to try spot hidden.
I'm an expert
I
at libraries.
failed again.
I got a 3.
For real?
Yeah.
So you got an extreme success?
an extreme success on a spot hidden.
69.
Thank
Yeah.
God, because I'm about to roll some physical dice here.
It doesn't help, Noura, just so you know.
It doesn't help.
There's so much, there's so much shit here. You're looking, there's like, next to these books, there are these jars and metal tubes and wooden boxes, tins, bags, sacks, little pouches, and they all seem like they got shit inside of them, like, not feces, but like little, like a feather or like pieces of sand and like all these little strange components, herbs, roots. You get this like pickling smell. If you start looking through them, they look like maybe like organs, not human organs, but like organs of a small animal that have been pickled, and dried strips of skin or hide of an animal. Of course, you immediately think, oh, obviously must be some human skin in here. You can't really tell because it's so dry. It's got like a jerky consistency. There's this like red powders, pressed flowers, all these multicolored dusts in these jars.
This could be some good stuff for the spice it up
things.
restaurant.
Perfect for spice it up. Weird floaty things in the jars. And then with plants, we'll talk about the plants in a second. Here's what I'll say. There is, with a spot hidden and not a library use, the only thing that really jumps out at you is there is a scroll unfurled on the table that looks like it has been used as of late. And it's all in Hebrew. I don't know if anybody speaks Hebrew here.
No,
You could always
could I
pocket that one in
Take.
the synagogue.
could I try an occult roll? Because there's all of these what look to me,
Ooh.
Noura,
Hello.
like spell components. But Feyru's probably just maybe is rolling so badly because of the hoarder vibes in here is making her anxious.
Yeah, give me a little occult.
Well, you also saw this once before. I mean, you were in that basement. What?
Hard success.
Yay.
11
it.
under 54.
There we go.
Check it if you haven't used that
It's
one yet.
been
This
checked.
is-
Yeah,
okay,
I've
great.
used it once before for the thing.
You see this stuff, and some of it you can't make heads or tails of. Other stuff jumps out at you as like they're sort of attached to folklore, connecting them to maybe superstition or witchcraft. Like in your studies at Miskatonic, this type of stuff, not all of it, the stuff you don't recognize, you can't wrap your head around,
Yeah.
but the stuff that you do recognize seems like the elements that would be used in witchcraft and superstition. But honestly, stuff that is like usually just debunked as such. Now there are people who are like way into this. Why is this down here?
It's Herbalife.
It would appear that
Beginning.
this, at least some of this, would be used in elements of witchcraft, but I don't know what for. I don't know what it does. I mean, I would call it bunk, except now we know how to raise the dead.
There are
What do you
spells
think?
out there that work.
What should we take?
I didn't roll library use down here. I might as well just try it.
Do it.
Why not?
Figure out what we should loot.
Regular success. It's 27 under 32.
It sounds like that scroll's pretty promising.
Oh yeah, the scrolls, we're taking it, but we just can't read it.
Right.
Yeah,
I also got a regular success on library use.
Nice.
That's future us's problem.
Yeah, I mean,
I could spend. You say you won't need a hard success?
Oh right.
a hard success to maybe find something of note here that looks like it's jumping out at you. Yeah.
I'm going to spend 5 points of luck to get me to a hard success.
Yeah.
Okay. There are 3 books that are written in Arabic that seem sort of placed away from the rest. Without having real proper time to kind of dig through the significance of things, your gut tells you, you know what, I can carry 3 books.
Yes,
Or
these are
give
being
one.
cross-referenced. I grab the 3 books and into my little satchel they go.
Strap the
Could I-
books
could
to
I
your
at
chest
least-
and you've got armor.
Could I at
I'll
least
save
use
this
my Arabic roll to just see what the title is?
Sure,
If I
yeah,
could make out
absolutely.
the title.
Yeah, flash them to you.
Yeah, just quickly so we're not. So it's a regular success.
Okay. Do you, I don't want to butcher this. Does this, I put it in the chat here, does that, how would you say that?
I don't. Oh, Ugniyat min al Jinn. Oh shit! Songs of the Jinn.
Oh.
Songs of the Jinn. I'm freaked out. Nora's freaked out. Fuck.
You weren't even supposed to say that aloud. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, Song of the Jinn. You see, I imagine Favorus has the exact same reaction that Noura is having.
Oh,
Desmond
shit.
sees that reaction is like, what does that mean?
They are. Jinn are in the Islamic tradition, also pre-Islamic. To be honest, in the pre, in the. They are these creatures which are commonly referred to as genie, but in the Islamic faith, there are humans that are made of clay from the earth. There are angels that are made of light, and there are jinn which are made of smokeless fire. And they would be what we believe would be sort of like devils, demons.
That was awesome, by the way.
Amazing. Well,
It's been out there.
you are an academic, Sir Gibran. Well, Skavigan is certainly cosmopolitan in his tastes, but does have a one-track mind, it seems. See him.
You pocket this
I'll
heretical
be having
book.
those.
Bound in goat skin with a bronze
God.
clasp and a strange sulphurous smell.
Whoa.
Oh,
Let's fucking send a djinn after these guys.
Oh my god.
The last thing of relevance in this room, because I know you guys were looking at that door, those plants, those
Yes.
weird plants in a room with no windows. So, this is all kind of happening as you guys are looking at different things. Maybe those of you who aren't good at library use, Carter, you look at these plants, and despite the darkness and chill of the space, although they look unhealthy, they seem to be flourishing in terms of their growth. Like I said, they're like 12 inches high. They just look very sickly. I doubt any of you have like botany, but you could certainly roll on it.
I got a 10 in natural world. Let's try it.
do it.
See?
Nope.
It's natural world or
Or science botany.
science spot. I don't have that.
I
I do have
could-
natural world.
I could try. I have 10 in natural. Fuck it, we could just try
I have
this shit.
50 for some reason. I don't know why I did that.
What? Try it.
Oh, try it.
57, but I'll spend 7 to make it a regular success.
There we go.
57 under.
Getting very
50.
nervous about this willy-nilly luck use, for the record.
I've got 43 luck. Don't worry about it.
It's weird.
You've never seen anything like this in the natural world.
Oh.
It is, I don't know how well versed you are. You've got a 50, so you've got a pretty good idea of what's a part of the natural world and what isn't, and you have never seen anything like this. You know, I'm trying to link this to story, like maybe there was a part of your art training that was like, that got delved into botany or whatnot. Mm-hmm. So you see these, like, I've never seen anything like this. It defies natural logic. There's no way these plants should be growing like this and also look so sickly. And as you're kind of examining them, you see two, like, 1-inch long metal vials. As you're examining one of these plants, trying to get a hold on it. And they seem to have engraved on them these star-shaped designs. Immediately you think of like some of those symbols that you saw in the schematics at Henson Manufacturing. I don't know if it's exactly like that, but it has that same vibe. These star-shaped designs on this, like, these two 1-inch long metal vials that have a stopper in the top.
Are they like in the soil, like feeding the plant, or they're just nearby?
They're like hidden or wedged behind the one of these plants.
I pick them up and look at them, and possibly take them.
You feel some sort of liquid inside of it. Perhaps you can feel it moving in the jar. But the weird thing is like as you hold it in your hands and turn it, it like the timing of gravity isn't quite right. Like you turn it, and a second later you feel it, the weight distribution.
Is it like the vial that Vaughn found in the apartment in New York, where the liquid's just kind of like?
Or in the basement. Also,
we got to do an inventory check between seasons of all the weird shit you guys have
found.
Yeah. We should label these vials.
We got
just
some
start
vials.
Drinking stuff. See what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, you turn in like that. Well, I don't like that.
Oh.
All that's left in here, you know, that you guys are able to find with your checks is that door.
All right, we're down here. I guess I want to listen to this
through.
door. Just make sure. Should have done that earlier while we were fucking rooting around.
Okay, give me a listen roll.
Let me keep my streak going. Hey, a 25 under 63. That's hard.
Okay.
Baby.
Ooh, a hard success. So check it if you haven't already. Here's what I'll tell you. You listen, and exactly like upstairs, you don't hear anything, but you realize why. The door and the walls of this room are completely soundproof.
For the torture.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate these people. Let's open this door slowly. Peekily.
Who's opening the door?
I'm here. I'll fucking
Sounds
open.
like Carter is.
Carter opens the door from this soundproof torture workshop office. You open the door and smells hit you. Body odor, fecal matter, decay, and you see a room that sort of wraps around, looks like it continues around to the west. And immediately you think back to being in Lesser Edale, deep below Plum Castle. It is a dungeon. There are several cells. You can see that within each cell is a pair of iron rings set into the wall, maybe some shackles on the floor. And you see 3 people shackled to the walls.
Are they alive?
Heads hanging down.
Okay. All right, guys, there's
Oh, Carter, you're Rob, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me now?
Okay.
Yes. What is going on? 'Cause
We
that
are
wasn't
not
on Zoom
allowed
either.
to speak quietly. We all
Is
have
that
to
what
use
it
our
is?
diaphragms and our
Oh my
classical
God.
training today.
All right. Use
Well, you know,
our
it's
instruments.
the podcast and the video will hear us perfectly, but we're just having that delay for each other because we're getting way into it.
Yes.
All right,
So
guys,
spooked.
listen, there's can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
some bodies. There's 3 people in here.
I'd say
Are they
alive.
live?
I don't know. Let's. We gotta go check. So start to walk in.
Shine a flashlight on
Fucking
him.
dungeon.
He's a monster.
There are like sconces in the wall that hold torches in here, so there's light. You can shut your flashlight off now.
Okay.
I said it wraps around, and it's just kind of like the rest of the cells down the hallway to the left are all. Look, maybe you keep you shine your flashlight real quick. Look down there. The cells look like they're mostly open. You don't really see anybody in there, but you'd have to go down and look. But these main cells are each have one. There's 3 of them, each with a prisoner, and they all have their heads down. And then as you come in, one of them looks up at you, and you immediately recognize them. But they look emaciated and battered. There's like dry blood around their neck. And it's Inspector Barrington. He just says, "You, what in God's name are you doing here?"
Us.
What are you doing here?
He's chained, and he's just like, "It's supposed to be a dream. It's supposed to be a fever dream. What is happening? What is happening? Are you with them?
No,
Are you
no,
with
no,
them?
we're here. We're gonna get you out. We're gonna get you out.
Immediately start looking for.
And now, Troy, you say this man's Carter's just like, how long have you been here?
Yeah, didn't we see him like days ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like yesterday.
Like,
Or
yeah,
2
like,
days ago.
really
yeah.
recently.
You saw him, I believe it was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 days ago. And he looks completely different. Do you say that? What do you say to him?
Yeah,
I'm just like,
Barrington,
how
we
long?
saw you-
Yeah.
We saw you 2 days ago, man. How long have you been here?
What are you talking about 2 days ago? And who are you? I've never even seen you before. But the rest of you, the first time and only time I saw you was when you came into my office in Scotland Yard.
What?
And we'll be back right after this quick break.
I need to roll a personal sanity roll right now.
There's doubles. There's doubles and doppelgangers.
God! Doppelgangers!
Who have we been talking to?
That's how they know where we are all the time!
I wish we were recording just seconds ago as you guys were like, what? Hold it up. What did you started off, Rob? You were like, what? What
I
did
mean,
you say?
immediately I was like, oh shit, we didn't actually talk to Zara Shafiq. Like, we're
Yeah.
not going to be helped out by this person.
And then-
and we're fucked.
And then I was like, screw Zara. Like, I'm looking at Desmond being like, wait, who are you? And like looking at Fairuz being like, I mean, I fell asleep around you guys and you could have been swapped out
Yeah.
for all I know. Like,
We've split up many times.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Thoroughly
eyes are
spooked.
shifting around.
We got to do the hot rod to a plate of blood test, thing style.
And that's how they
figure
know
out-
that all of our moves. That's how
We
they knew
told
all of
him
our moves.
everything that we knew and what we were doing.
Everywhere we were going. That's how they were able to track us every single fucking time.
And let's try to remember this fake Barrington that came up to us. What did he actually get from us?
Didn't he come up to us right after the fog? Or when was the last time we saw him again?
The day
He was
after
right
the fog.
outside the apartment.
Yeah, you guys were
We told
conveniently.
him about the
apartment.
shipping.
We told him about the shipping, that we
Shit.
knew about it.
You've spilled the beans on everything you learned.
We didn't tell him
God damn
anything
it.
about that we were coming here tonight, though.
No, you didn't tell him about that because you didn't. That was one thing you decided not to do.
Oh, man.
You were actually going to the scoop to call him, and then
All right.
he was just happened to be outside.
I
If
thought that was
people
you
have
just
been-
trying to speed things along, Troy. It's like,
Yeah.
forget it, you're not calling him, he's right here.
Well, if people have been swapped out, then that means the other two in here might be. All right, Telenas, let's not have one of these two people chained to the wall come up wearing your face.
Yeah, let's check these other two people.
Yeah, quickly.
Shafiq as
Who are the
well.
other two people? While
It's
we're
just a man and a woman, and they're both like they look like they've been freshly abused. They're just kind of like, and you don't recognize them. The woman maybe she's Egyptian, and the man just looks like a ordinary white dude. And Inspector Barrington is just like, he's so confused and he's shaking his head. I don't understand what's going on here. I don't know how long it's been, but I was walking home one night and then suddenly I was set upon by a group of men who beat me near unconscious and threw me in a trunk. I passed out shortly thereafter and woke up chained to this wall in this cell. Well, what have you been up to? How did you end up here?
These might be the trucks. That's from Egypt House.
Yes, very much so.
Egypt House, what?
Barrington, you're in the basement.
Not Egypt House, whatever the fuck it's called.
Blue Pyramid.
Oh, it is
Blue Pyramid,
Egypt House.
thank you.
Oh, Blue Pyramid.
We're in Misr House.
From the Blue
That's-
Pyramid.
that's
Pyramid, you're in Misr House now.
We're in-
There's a
yeah.
lot of different locations in play, Barrington. A lot of things are coming together, only in our own minds. So bear with me.
Who are you?
Me,
Yes.
Desmond Mahoney, ace reporter.
Mahoney, I don't. You're in league with them. You have nothing to do with this. You didn't put me here.
I'm not in league with any of this lot. We here are a sort of association, a squad, as it were.
Well, you're an intern. But let's not go crazy.
What about the other young man
So you
that
keep
was
saying.
with you when you came and spoke to me about your friend Elias?
Vaughn Villiers, he's a little under the weather right now. But the point is that we followed all these clues. It's all led us here. Gavigan. This is Gavigan's mansion. You're in fucking the Nez on the what the fuck is this place called?
Walton on the Nez? I'm at Walton on the Nez?
Yes.
Gavigan, and you just see this like look of recognition. He's like, after you came and spoke with me, you sort of reignited my interest in the Pennu Foundation and Gavigan, and I called upon him just to simply ask some of the questions that I had asked him initially when I was looking over my predecessor's work, and he was, as he was the first time, agreeable and helpful and didn't give me any new information. Do you think that he saw me as a threat and came and took me? Gavigan has something to do with this?
He's leading
Why-
us.
We have proof.
He's dirty as this dungeon, man. Look, I don't want to tell you what's in the other room. You're probably going to see it when we leave. They're torturing people. They're killing people. They're going to sacrifice somebody in like a couple hours. At least one person, if not more.
Sacrifice?
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
understand.
cult. It's a full-on shitty cult, and I hate them.
Cult? Are
The
they
Egyptian
behind
murders that you've been on the trail
murders?
of. That's the fellow what's doing it. Gavigan's the ringleader of it all.
The Egyptian murders, they're all part of this cult activity in modern-day London.
Yes.
What's old is new again, man. Yes. There is a cult, and not just here. It is a global conspiracy wrapping its tentacles around the whole earth.
What are you doing here? What are you here to save me? Did you know I was taken?
We didn't know. We're just here to stop it.
We thought you
Stop
were
it.
fine. We thought we saw you 2 days ago, but it wasn't you. It was a doppelganger, or I don't know, some Magic. We have no clue, but
Someone's taking your place. Yeah, someone's taking your place.
You've been reading too much cult literature. Surely
you're the one in the cell right now. Are you serious?
Chained to a fucking wall right now.
You want to see the next room? You're gonna have to walk that way out anyway.
We'll leave you right here.
Don't mess with us.
I just don't understand. There must be a reasonable explanation for everything. Cult activity,
sure.
magic.
Tell yourself
place
that
where
as you're
reason doesn't
emaciated.
This isn't a place where reason treads, Barrington. I barely believe it myself, but the thing about all this seems to be that it works whether you believe in it or not. So, we've got to get you out of here. All you'd have to see is the next room to know that they got terrible things in mind for you. They've already done something to you that's allowed them to replace you, and you're walking abroad in the streets of London. For all I know, you're walking about up there, robed up like one of the inner circle.
Speaking too fast. I can't keep up with this.
We should explain later.
The other room. Give me a listen roll.
Oh shit!
Fuck.
Oh god!
I don't like that.
Can't be good. Nope.
Listen,
Guys.
you say?
Too busy yelling.
It's not a fumble, but it's bad.
Guys, we're dialing it. We're dialing it up. I'm at a 96.
Here we go.
keeps creeping up.
Those dice
So bad.
are poison.
I hate this.
Now I'm too stubborn to replace them. Now I'm like, fuck you.
so much.
Did anybody succeed?
All fails,
No.
I think.
No.
All fails. Okay.
It's all fails.
I'll open the door to a pushed roll here, just where there were 4 fails. But that's on.
I would argue, I mean, I don't want to fuck ourselves here, but how do we know that we failed the listen roll? Like, how do the characters know, like,
Well,
I
things are
didn't hear
getting
anything?
so heightened.
We're
There's
all,
something-
yeah.
There's something audible that would only break through if someone had keen senses to hear
Yeah,
above the din of our argument here.
Because
Like,
it's a
as-
soundproof room.
As
right?
we're
Yeah.
yelling, we
Yeah.
like realize we hear something.
Yeah, well, you heard something, but you didn't know if it was one of the other prisoners or something, and so then you all tried to tune in and listen, and nobody heard, but you're welcome to give me an explanation of how you would push it if you want to take that risk, remembering, of course, that a failed push roll is bad news bears.
Very bad.
I'd be down if no one else is.
I'll do it
Do
too.
it.
It's up to you.
Maybe
What's
if we
your-
all just shut up for a second, maybe we'll be able to hear it.
Yeah, you don't have to push it. There might be an advantage or a disadvantage.
I mean, the fact that you're asking us if we want to push this makes me feel like we should push this.
It's more that I want you to know that that's an option, even on a listen roll. But if you say we just want to wait, I'm ready to go.
Kate, what's your listen?
Yeah.
What's
Kate,
my
what's
listen?
your listen?
24.
Oh, shit.
I have not hit it yet.
I've got
You got a death wish, Kate.
I've got a 65. Maybe we could try to. Maybe Feyruz could try it.
Yeah, better than 50% chance. That's push territory.
Okay.
There we go.
So
When Kate was trying to do a handstand on a fence and was like, I'll push
Listen.
this.
I'm ready to mess her up a
I
little
have a 5
bit, you
in
know?
handstand.
What's your climb? 6.
Right. Everyone. I know, we're all finding out a lot of bad things and everybody's talking all at once, but maybe we really need to just shut up for a second. Let me listen. And so, like, everybody kind of pauses and let me try to push.
Yes, you make a big
this.
scene out of it. Even Barrington is
Oh,
like,
shit! I could, okay. All right.
You can't.
I
Oh, you're
can't,
safe.
I
You
can't.
spend much,
anything.
too.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. No, we're fucked. What do we do? What do you guys want to do?
all right. So here's what happens. You guys hear something while you're talking to Barrington, and you try like, what the hell is that? And then finally, Feyruz is like, everyone, quiet, let me listen. And at that moment, you hear several footsteps of people coming through that other room, because although these rooms are soundproof, the door is open to the workshop, and you hear the sounds of several footprints coming down, so several footfalls coming down and coming in the direction of the workshop and the dungeon. The sort of result of the failed push is that Barrington keeps talking, and Barrington's starting to get nervous. And you guys look around, and like the only place to go is down the end here, where these like other cells in the darkness are. And Barrington is like, I just walk me through this one more time. So what was it about? And he's
We
being
got to
very
go.
loud. I just don't understand it.
Okay, so now we hear
footsteps. There's people coming into this room. What do
All
you
right,
do?
guys, we gotta hide. We gotta hide now and ambush them. Fuck
Yes,
these guys.
we go around the corner. Margot kneels down, has her shotgun aimed directly in front of her where they would turn around if they come around the corner.
Okay.
I want to. You said there's a door. There's like a door that we opened into this.
Yeah, a door that you opened into here.
Can we
I'm
get
slowing
back
down
into-
time as this
Right.
is happening.
Sure. Can we get?
Remember, the hallway wraps around to the
Right.
north.
Do we think that we could get into the torture room before they get down there?
They would be coming through the torture room.
I know, but could we hide in the torture room?
You said that they're coming into
They're
this
already
room.
in
Are they
there.
coming?
Right.
Oh, they're
they've
already in the
It's like
torture room.
it's like a railroad apartment. They got to go through the torture room to get to the
Right,
dungeon.
right. But I guess my question is, could we get back into the torture room and hide before they got into even the torture room?
You
on their
could,
way?
but unfortunately, I don't have the map. It's a small room. You're better if your goal here is to hide. The empty cells down
Okay.
the end
Yeah.
are the
Okay.
best.
I'm not hiding in a gross Iron Maiden.
I was well.
Close the door. Close the door.
Listen, I wanted to throw somebody into the Iron Maiden, but we can hold off on that.
Not it.
Barrington is still talking. So you guys, tell me what you do. Do you duck into the cells? But Margot, you're going to stand around the corner holding a shotgun. It sounds like multiple people.
Well, maybe like I'll be in the first cell that we're all hiding in.
Okay.
So that the when they come around the corner, if they see us, I can be ready. And hopefully I'm thinking that like Barrington speaking to himself, it'll seem like he's just like kind of nuts and talking to himself, and that's what all the noise was. That's what I'm hoping.
We'll tuck ourselves behind that curve in the hall.
Are you you all go into a cell and go to the curb, and like the second the last one of you gets in there, like 10, 12 robed figures enter. You're at least outnumbered by 3 times. And they come in and Barrington's like, you gotta walk, wait, where did you go? I don't understand. And the figures are just looking. They look down the end of the hall. They look back at the door that was open into the dungeon. You hear some talking. Hey, get him. Okay. And then you hear a jingling of keys. And you hear like shackles being unlocked. And Barrington's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And you just hear, oh! Clink, clink, clink. You just see a mass of bodies. Like Margot, you're standing right there with your shotgun, like maybe resting on one of the bars. And you see all of these figures, and you can't even see, like maybe you'll see a face, but they've got hoods. It's all happening fast. Men, women. You see now the symbols on these robes are inverted ankhs. And one by one, they take the 3 prisoners and escort them out through the workshop. You listen. Are they torturing them? No screams. They continue going up and out, back through the secret fireplace.
I gotta sacrifice him.
They use me for the ritual.
Yeah.
Ritual is gonna be.
What time is it?
Yeah, are we closing in on?
11:30. Got maybe a half
I mean,
an
I
hour.
guess
Things. It's supposed to go down at midnight. Is that right?
Yeah, midnight is when the party starts.
So how much time do we have till midnight?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah, it's 11:30, give or take.
Should we even bother
11:28.
trying to go upstairs?
We should try just to find some robes. We just got to find something to try to hide ourselves.
Everybody give me,
to right.
Everybody give me a spot hidden.
For
Please
robes.
grab a check. It's the perception check of
I don't
Call
like-
of Cthulhu.
I don't like
please
these
let me
rolls.
freaking get something here.
That's a regular
Fail.
success for Desmond.
I failed again
I
By
failed.
3. You could.
by 3.
Oh.
I mean, I could.
Oh,
But
But
do we
Desmond
all need to
succeeded.
succeed? Yeah.
Yep, Desmond. Usually, if one person gets a success, you're all right. If someone's close to a hard or an extreme, then you want to burn that luck.
Oh,
but you can
actually,
always
I
ask me,
am.
like, will a hard or an extreme make a difference? And I
Then
can
I
tell
will.
you, like, no. And then you
I
can
will-
save your luck.
Ask you in that case, will hard or extreme make a difference in this case?
I don't want to tell you. No, I'm not kidding.
Okay.
No,
Well,
it will not. It will not make a difference because where you are in the cell, as you guys start to regain your footing, you like kick at something in this little pool of water, and you look down, and there's like a wallet sitting in like half submerged in this little pool.
Score. Time to do some fraud.
Yes.
I reach down and I pick up the soggy wallet and flip it open, and what do I see?
It's a couple of English
Diners
pounds. This is Diners Club card. A couple of English pounds and the warrant card for Inspector Gregory Munson.
His partner.
His partner, what disappeared. They done it to him as well.
You don't see him or his body.
Oh no.
So you start putting things together.
I'm also going to put my shoes back on.
Smart move. It's kind of wet in here.
Given the environment.
Just got soaking wet pantyhose down there. It's like, oh,
there's
God.
Slip those shoes back on.
Why did I go barefoot?
Right, I saw what they were wearing. Most of them were wearing robes with the inverted ankh. So if they have robes upstairs that are extra, we should get ones that look like those. If there's different ones, and
Go.
Or at worst case scenario, we find one large robe and then we can stack ourselves.
Just pull the curtains down like Carol Burnett.
It is God himself has shown for the Grand Rite.
Yes.
The Dread Pirate Roberts.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Let's go on a robe hunt.
Yep.
It's a robe hunt. All right, so they take Barrington and these two other people out. They don't put up a fight. Barrington got socked. They take the three of them out. You guys leave the dungeon. Go back through this torture room workshop. Up the stairs. There's another secret room. Maybe that's the priest hole, or maybe this was converted from the priest hole. What is your goal here is to look for robes. So you tell me what you want to do.
Is it worth pushing that other button?
Yeah, I mean, that's another... It's implied that this is another passage. I am damn curious to know what's in there.
Give it a push.
I push the other brick.
Push the other brick. Just like that first suit of armor, the other one swings open.
Revealing
Staircase.
a working suit of armor.
Revealing a resplendent +1 half plate.
Amazing.
Power armor.
Power, yes, like power armor from Fallout 4.
Wow. +6 battle axe.
You... What the hell are we doing here? Oh, you open that door. And staircase leading down. Fast forward you through this, you just go down and take a look, and it's just a tiny little room where these priests would hide out during Inquisitions.
Lame.
Yeah. Hasn't been used at all, which is why there was no dust disturbed around this. They're not using this room. They're using the other room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
See a couple of playboys, though.
Some 1920s playboys.
Who was Miss February?
Look at that calf.
A wrist.
A wrist. Getting all hot and bothered.
Flush.
Holy Moses. Well, set that down.
What are you doing down there?
Nothing.
Guys, what's taking you so long down in that priest hole?
Nothing. We found some cool stuff in the priest hole.
Oh my God.
We come back up. There's nothing down there. Nothing worth speaking of.
Nothing to cheesecake. Nothing to take. I mean...
yeah.
If you were a robe, where would you hide?
Right, we need to find something with the inverted ankle. Uncle. Right, let's go.
Everything you've seen on this first floor has been like reception halls, dining rooms, great hall, a kitchen, maybe a pantry. You haven't seen any closets or anything like that, so your intuition would lead you upstairs in the hopes of finding bedrooms.
Especially if that's where we saw shadows bobbing around as we arrived.
Right. Must be a closet or a wardrobe.
Okay.
Narnia?
What the? Mr. Tonus.
Season 3, the Mystery Squad goes to Narnia.
Wow, season 3 took a real turn. I wasn't expecting it.
I would
Thought they
love
were
for
gonna go
us
to
to get
China.
plopped in a completely different genre. That would be amazing.
Yeah, that shit happens in Call of Cthulhu all the time. All right, so you go upstairs. let's just, unless Carter wants to skulk ahead, let's do a group stealth just to, because I imagine you're moving carefully, and understand that a failed stealth doesn't mean, what are you guys doing here? It just is, we're just having a conversation here.
Yeah, I feel like we're
Just a
hasting
couple
it.
of friends having a
Just
talk.
I feel like we're a bit more
Civil
hasty at
conversation.
this point, so we're
Yeah,
not
with
like
30 minutes, I think we don't
All right,
have
so
time
give me
for,
Margot's stealth. I think you
come
have
on, Margot.
Yeah.
Your stealth is pretty good.
Margot.
it's not that bad.
Yeah.
That was
Margot,
bad.
up those
This is
stairs.
bad.
You could do it, Margot.
That was bad. Should I try to push?
What'd you
Get you
get?
other route.
79,
Oh, for what?
46.
No!
Yeah. Should I try to push?
Oh, push?
Right?
Well, then something definitely bad happens. But if we don't push, then we're just having a
I
conversation.
don't know, but
we're
the
having
bad
a
stuff is
conversation.
fun sometimes.
Let's keep it.
true.
I don't like that. Let's keep a dialogue going, but let's go. Yeah, let's just keep going.
All right, so going off of Margot's initial sort of gut feeling, you guys are moving with haste now because you know you only have a half an hour. You're looking for robes. You're looking for any other secrets this place may hold. You know that there's some sort of maid over there. So you come onto the hallway, you look, and maybe you're like, all right, the door to that area where the maid was, I don't see. You do see that the door here to the north has been opened up. And the one like to the north of the stairwell, and it reveals like a utility room or something. And you can see on the map here that door then leads to that little miniature courtyard that has the walkway that leads to north, where everyone was, where they all exited. They all probably didn't walk through the utility room, but there's another door exiting the breakfast room that leads there as well. Anyways. Point is, that's open. You guys head upstairs. If you look just north of this map, I'll reveal.
Oh, wait, sorry. Should we have cut through this other room that's black?
Yep, totally. And I can tell you that was like just an ante room, and those two little, there were two little bathrooms, two little water closets there in that room. So it was like a little waiting area to use the bathroom, and then two bathrooms. Again, looked unused. No one's really hanging out on this area. You go up the stairs. If you look just north of this map, you will see that the stairs lead to a little atrium here with more doors sort of all over the north, the south, the east, the west. Give me a listen roll just to kind of get the sense of like, are there people up here?
Nope. I don't know.
Finally, a freaking success. Just a regular ass success.
Very old
I got
success.
regular success too.
Okay. Desi, Margot.
Failed my listen roll.
Okay, Margot.
Fail.
Fail. Okay. All right, so you listen. Very quiet on this floor. But now that you are up here, you, on the landing, sort of leading to the third floor, you see a big picture window looking out to the north. You hear noise out there, talking. Maybe someone goes and takes a peek.
Yeah.
You see, 100 yards away or so, just like the trees get thick, and then there's like a pathway that leads through the trees, but it looks like they're gathering all up to the north here. This is exactly what you know, and you're just trying to look. You don't see a stele. You don't see anything crazy going on, but you just see lots of robes flapping. It's like looking at a couple of football fields away, 200 yards. So you come back down, you're here, you're listening. Beyond that sound, you don't hear anything else. Those of you who succeeded. You start looking through these rooms, and they are, for the most part, bedrooms. There are some smaller rooms that are storage, like right here off of the hallway. There's a couple storage rooms, but for the most part, it is just all bedrooms.
Ooh.
And whereas the other rooms don't look like they've been used, all of these rooms look like they get more frequent use. However, almost all of them have a suitcase or some sort of traveling bag neatly placed in front of the end of each bed. And then clothing laying out on the bed, like, ironed dresses, steam cleaned dresses, suits, all laid out. Undergarments, all laid out on the beds. Hats, handkerchiefs, any sort of accoutrement someone would wear. And they're nice, like someone was going out for a fancy night. The dresses are very nice. The suits are, nice. Even the ones that aren't like super expensive, they're nice, they're clean, and they're laid out perfectly on the beds, each with a suitcase. If you were to start looking through some of the suitcases, mundane items, toiletries, no extra sets of clothes. Looking specifically for robes.
It's like, well, this tells me what they're wearing underneath those robes. Wow, wee wow.
Says Desmond. Looking specifically for robes. You see none.
Accentuate the ankles.
You see him flush. Desmond's a young man.
Well, if we can't find robes, if it's like readily available to where I don't have to like search for it that long, if their like wallets are out, or something, like I look at them to see who these people are.
Any identifying items.
Yeah, so maybe, and you're moving quickly, right? Because you've got another floor you want to look at. And
oh shit, that's right. There's another floor.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
There's the third floor. And the third floor, it's kind of the way it's built. It was an addition, so it's a small third floor. I just turned my TV on here. Here's what I'll say is just looking at wallets. You see names, men and women. Some of them are, Arabic names. Others are just very plain Jane names. Nothing rings a bell. There's a last name in there, some of the Arabic names that kind of like sound familiar, but nothing as you're like quickly looking through these where you're like, oh, it's so-and-so.
Errol Flynn.
I'm mostly
one of them.
I'm mostly
John
for
Doe,
that.
that's not helpful.
The act.
It's mostly for that, but then also to like, as best as I can, just like commit them to memory somehow, just in case like later on, since everyone knows that we're here, or maybe not that we're here, but just like Gavigan knew our plans the whole time. I don't know if these people know who we are. Later on,
maybe other doppelgangers we need to watch out for.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, Desmond is expecting like captains of industry and magnates and power brokers.
And let's do a quick refresh, either for ourselves or in character, about the plan with Zara and when she said to like make our move, or when we would know. It was something when everyone starts to like convulse and start like speaking in tongues and shit.
Gavigan would raise his hands.
Okay.
Scream to the heavens, and then everyone, she says, they put on this big show. It's like Old Testament stuff.
Oh yeah, they're all trying to impress him or whatever.
Yeah.
On the floor, and they're so distracted during all of this. That is the time to strike.
Okay, great. Just wanted to thank you.
So, one more floor.
Get this sniper rifle and let's be on our way.
You you start walking to the third floor. You can't help but take another peek out there. Are there more people than there were when you first looked? Man, there's a lot of people. Can't see all of them because of the ways that the trees close in, but you do see lights of several fires. They've started to light up the area. Doesn't seem to be a pattern through it, but you're just seeing like, flickers through the tree cover. And you continue up to the third floor. You come upon the third floor, and it is very small. Like I said, it must have been a later addition, but just as poorly kept as the rest of the house. There are two doors to the left, one door to the north, and one door to the right. Just tell me the order of operations here, or anything else you want to do skill check wise.
I mean, still another listen roll for up here.
Yep. Okay, around the horn.
Oops.
Can only hurt if you fumble.
Fail.
Hard success.
There we go.
Now we're talking.
Fucking finally.
Hard success.
I failed.
Listen. Quiet. The sounds of outside are now dominating this coming through that window right below you on the landing. Maybe back on the first floor, footsteps. Which doors or door do you open?
So we're in the clear, right? There's no... We don't hear anything. I'm going to check the one on the right.
You go to the one on the right, and it reveals what appears to be a master bedroom. It is larger than any of the other bedrooms that you have seen.
Fancy.
It's pretty fancy. There is an ornate 4-poster bed taking up the majority of the space. Heavy red velvet curtains currently hide the interior of the bed. On a dressing table, there is a statuette and looks like a folded piece of paper. And then next to that dressing table is a wooden mannequin head. So it's like a pole with just the head of a mannequin. There is a large oil painting hanging on the wall. The figure in the oil painting seems to be the same as the figure of the statuette. It is that of an Egyptian pharaoh. The difference being the statuette is completely black.
The Black Pharoah.
Mm-hmm.
There is a dressing room off to the side. You see clothing, country wear, robes.
Yes.
And you also see a very modern-looking clock, making the only sound in the room.
There's a ton of shit in here, also robes.
So robes. Does that clock thing? Does it look like the thing we saw in the basement in Harlem?
Right?
The chronometer.
Didn't we see a chronometer? Like that was
That's
like a
where
thing.
Rob's brain goes, and that's where
That's
Carter's brain goes. It's different, stylistically a little different. It's really unremarkable.
Oh, okay.
Looks like just like a chronometer, but definitely reminiscent of what you saw in that room with the Simbas.
I would like to go over to the statuette and the folded paper just so I could see what's in that folded paper.
Okay. Let's do the old statuette here. Let's give me 45 minutes. It is like a 6-inch bust of this Black Pharaoh, carved from ebony, marble, like the top half. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just like the head of the pharaoh, and then you look over at the painting. We'll get to the piece of paper because your eyes are obviously drawn, like comparing the two. The painting on the wall, it's like this regal-looking pharaoh's skin is totally black, and the detailing is sublime, especially the eyes, which, as you look at the painting, seem to burn with this captivating intensity, like the painting is almost watching you.
Would it be the same thing that me and Margot in our shared dream hallucination?
You are taken immediately back to there. It is identical to your vision in the hotel room when you sat in awe and were like transformed into these scaly creatures. And it's looking at you with the same intensity that it looked at you in that hotel, in that dream.
What? She's like fiercely trying to put on a robe that's too big for her. What? Turns around and like sees the painting and stops.
It's just looking at you.
We
You look
walk
at it, all
up.
of a sudden the face looks really strange.
I feel like I'm not thinking about it, but just like reaching for like my pocket knife as I'm staring at it. because I want to ruin it.
I am also obligated to look behind this painting at all times. Like anytime I find one,
Of course.
I just want to look behind it.
Also, is this painting signed?
Yes, but Pablo Picasso. It is not.
I knew
It is
it.
not. It is not signed. You just
Thomas
kind
Kincaid.
of out of habit. Out of
Just a
habit,
little
you
snow-covered cabin. Yeah.
You look behind the painting, nothing. You pick up the folded piece of paper, and you see a letter, which is now on the VTT. It is from Omar al-Shakti, name that you saw in that ledger downstairs. Gezira Mohammed, Cairo, Egypt, January 1925, so last month. Who wants to give that a read?
I mean, Feyruz is looking at it.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I could do
You
it.
found it.
So it's for Omar al-Shakti that we saw previously, dated January 1925, Cairo, Egypt. My dear Gavigan, in his name do we serve,
All caps.
in all caps. As the work of our Lord and Master grows ever nearer to completion, I must ask you with all due politeness to consider the return of that which your predecessor and his associates acquired from us under less than honest circumstances. As we are allies in this great endeavor is also
Capital G, capital E.
capital G, capital E. I seek not to dwell on past slights and inconveniences, but to move forward. I hope that this is your wish also. And with this in mind, the return of the bust to its true home would not only be a gesture of goodwill, but also a reaffirmation of our most august and beneficial brotherhood. Your humble servant, Omar al-Shakti.
All right.
Less than.
Keep your eyes out for a bust.
Well, we're looking at the bust of the pharaoh sitting right
But,
there.
Oh, huh?
The handwriting.
Half of his face that's blocked is just doesn't even see it.
It's like, what? Oh.
There's
The
gonna be a bust around
handwriting
here
of-
somewhere.
Yes.
The handwriting in the signature, it looks similar to the handwriting in which we found downstairs.
It does. It looks like
Troy,
Do
is
you
it
have
the
a?
same?
Do you have a? There's a skill for that, right? Is it? I think it's like forensics in other games, but
Let me see.
call me crazy. I mean, you could totally just compare, but it's fun if there's an actual skill.
I could. I mean, would I be able to use? I mean, cryptology.
It either
doesn't
falls under like spot hidden or
Or
library
like
use.
intelligence. Just
But yeah,
An intelligence roll? Or no?
no, it's like one of these skills is actually like for detecting signatures and stuff, because that comes up a lot in investigation. But I will say, without the roll, because I'm not sure what it is, Michael chime in. It does look, you would think to the naked, without really analyzing it, it does look like the same, which would mean whatever it means.
It would mean this person was the one who ordered the
Oh,
head
I'm
on
sorry.
Jack.
I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. The signature of Omar al-Shakti
Yes.
does not look like the handwriting downstairs.
Okay.
It's different.
Okay.
It would seem that
okay.
Gavigan wrote those.
Yeah.
This is
Right.
from his man in
Okay.
Egypt. Looks as though there's some trouble in paradise, though, that these two little organizations have had
Yeah.
some inconveniences.
A rift.
Could it be that this bust here was taken from Africa by the
Carlisle.
Carlisle expedition? That the death and scattering of those members is a sign of some friction between these various groups that are shipping things back and forth to each other.
This is something to file away. Maybe we can sow some seeds of doubt amongst all these assholes.
Margot slashes the painting with a knife
Yeah.
while you're looking at the letter.
Stick the knife into the painting and slash down, and immediately When the knife goes in and you start to pull down, you think maybe you got angry in your own painting. You like slashed it. You get this feeling like you're cutting through flesh. It doesn't give like paper at first, and then it does. And you look, it just kind of flaps open.
She makes a face at that and shudders, and then puts the knife away and turns around. All right.
All right, let's get these robes on.
Mhm.
Right. Do we want to look at the clock before heading out?
I thought I kind of just observed
Is there a
it.
clock roll?
Actually, if it's Swiss made, it's probably smoother.
Slot
Well,
hidden or something?
I guess
I don't know.
specifically, like, is it showing like a regular time? Or
Yes.
like, okay.
Yeah. And it's pretty accurate. There's like several different things to get it down to like the second, just the millisecond, just like the one in Juju House. It's a chronometer. You got all those robes. There are also several necklaces hanging on pegs, at the end of which are inverted ankhs.
Yeah, let's get those on.
You guys want to go full out? Tuck that into the robe, or just
Yep.
Full
Oh, yeah.
kit.
who's
Yeah.
going nude, who's not?
May not be fully commit. There is the question of armor to consider after all.
I'm not taking this. Yeah, I take everything off except the leather jacket and the robe on top of it.
Put the painting around your neck.
I will stay clothed because if all of the things that I've read about cults, it's that whoever's naked underneath is the one getting sacrificed, and I'm not about to.
Oh, I'm not leaving my clothes. I'm putting
I'm not
the
taking
robe
my clothes
over
off.
my clothes.
It's the
Yes, we-
twins.
Yes, over my clothes.
A
right, so
beat
you're
a
all
hasty
naked.
retreat.
That's what I heard. All right, great. So
This is like when you play a PC role-playing game and you accidentally, like, all your armor comes off because, like, I didn't mean to unequip the whole fucking thing, and then you can't change it because you're in the middle of a fight.
Yep.
Great.
So
Why am
like,
I naked?
guess I gotta reload this save. You look at the chronometer and you actually notice that it is 5 minutes till midnight.
Okay.
Judging by the distance,
Let's go.
as these four straggling cultists, posing as four straggling cultists.
All I can think about is "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" when they like pretend to be in the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh my god.
All right, so it's time. Talk me through this. A couple more doors here. Well, if you got 5 minutes. You want to get there on time? I've always told if you're on time, if you're early,
you're
on time.
late. If you're on time, you're late. We need to go. We should put our hoods up.
she is
Scurry over
German.
there.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Margot has her shotgun within reach right underneath her
Mhm.
her
So,
cloak.
is
Do these
everyone
ropes have pockets?
holding? They kind of have those like
Huge
wizard
question.
sleeves, So easy
Do
to
they have
conceal.
do they have hoods?
They do have hoods, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so everybody puts the hoods on. As you do, anyone standing behind someone just sees that the back of the hood has this inverted ankh that covers the back of the hood. Ankhs all over, all upside down. You walk down to the second floor. Look outside. Some more sounds. Sounds like singing, chanting, tuning up the band. You go down to the ground floor. You walk out. You begin making your way down there. Is your goal to just sort of like, we had to pee? Like, are you just like, are you rushing? Are you sneaking? Are you just walking like, this is what we do? Just
I
sorry,
don't think we should be running. I think we should just be moving
think
with speed.
Seems like the goal is to be as inconspicuous as possible, to
Yeah.
just try to melt into the crowd.
Like we
And I
should
want
be
to get
there.
as
would work.
close to the stage or whatever is he's going to be standing at as possible, right?
All right, so you walk down this pathway, and as the clearing starts to open up and the trees are pushed back, you see what the situation is here. There are just make sure I get this all out in one pop. Within this circle of trees that it opens up into, the land has been completely stripped and flattened to create a space where all these people can gather together. And just like Shafiq said, there's like 50, 60 people. I don't have time to start going head by head, but it's a lot of people. An 8-foot tall stele, this stone obelisk bearing hieroglyphs, stands in the center, and the ground around it is uneven with multiple indentations and bowls sitting in the compacted soil around its base. All around this circle, around the edge, are poles upon which torches have been set, lighting up this area. It's straight out of a movie, very ceremonial, and everyone is gathering with the stele in the center, but there's a wide berth around the stele as well. It's midnight, and it's time for chaos. Several people are led forward into this open area. They aren't Barrington, thankfully, or those other people. They're robed just like everyone else, and they're kind of paraded around all of the cultists. It's kind of like they're being shown off, and they wave, or it's not even like a wave so much as like a thank you, a knowing thank you. And they all have these hoods. You can't see their faces, but they're giving this gesture of respect, paraded around like show ponies. And as they continue to walk around, each of the cultists in the circle will walk up and just kind of ritualistically hit them with a club. Just like boom. And they look to be mostly light taps. But if you watch, you notice that some of the people swinging the clubs swing a little bit harder. Boom. They keep parading them around, and more people will come from the crowd, and you realize everyone here has these clubs. They all have these wooden clubs. Light tap. Boom. Somebody really lays into one of them. And as this continues, you can see by the torchlight that almost all of the people being struck, their robes are starting to show bloodstains, if nothing else by the sheer volume of these hits. And as this continues, you're looking through the crowd, you see at least 2 of them hit the ground at some point and don't stand back up. This goes on for too long, it feels like, even though it may only be minutes. And those left standing at the end of this, after everyone has taken a turn, are all given their own club. And as they're handed their club, you see that like there's something shiny at the end of it, like sticking out of it. They're handed the club, similar to the one that they're being hit by. Maybe these are new recruits being inducted. They are pulled back into the crowd, and those bodies just lay there, unmoving. One of them looks like it's twitching a little bit. Now you're way in the back here. I'm assuming you don't take part in this, but don't let me drive your character. You want to really blend in? You don't have a club.
I don't think so.
Theirs anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to fast forward to the end of it, but yeah, if you wanted to come up and take a whack, just tell me how you're getting a club. You now see 2 important-looking figures appear in the shadow of the stele, and you know they're important because their robes are different. One of them is also wearing this elaborate ceremonial headdress and this beautiful robe, much more austere than the others, and even the other person that they're standing next to. And you know it's a man because his robe is open and his chest, his rippled chest, is bare underneath. And standing next to him is a woman, similarly dressed, but without the headdress, and Her skin is not exposed. And together they hold up 2 twin scepters and hold them up to the sky and cross them and begin a chant. And as they chant, everyone sort of responds like a responsorial psalm in church. It is a chanting in a language or a cacophony of many languages. Fairuz, you hear Arabic. I would say, Margot, you even hear some German, and there's this phrase that keeps coming back over and over again, like people from many cultures have gathered speaking in their own language, paeans to whoever they're praising. The words you hear over and over again are Black Pharoah. They seem to be praising him. Give me a spot hidden here.
Palms are slick.
And now we know that there was like that mannequin head. Because as soon as you said mannequin head, I was like, oh, there was a headdress on that thing.
There was a headdress on that thing.
Yeah,
Right.
that's where that was. Yeah.
I got to fail.
I failed.
I got an extreme success, 2
Awesome.
under 80.
All right, that's huge. You look, and I mean, you're just looking through like heads of people, so you're catching like half of everything. But all of a sudden, you get a clear view. It's Gavigan and it's Shafiq. If that's what you assumed, as I'm sure most of you did, you know it for certain. Fairuz. The chanting continues, first rising in volume to the point where you can feel their shouts in the ground beneath your feet. And then eventually it becomes something like a hushed meditation, as one by one, almost all of the gathering cultists like drop to their knees and then just like fall to the ground, exhausted, while continuing to repeat these mantras to the Black Pharaoh. You think it's like, is this the sign? Is this what they're not convulsing? You're starting to get confused about what the signal is. But at that point, 3 people are brought into sight, and it's very clear as they're pulled into the circle towards the stele that they're being pulled against their will. They're being pulled towards the stele by several robed members who begin to shackle and chain them to each side of the stele. A 4th person comes along and is also shackled. So all 4 sides of the stele have people shackled to have a person shackled to it, 1 on each side. You see Inspector Barrington as one of those people. You assume the others are the other 2 prisoners and then someone else. At that moment, several of these robed figures approach the stele where this man is standing with his face towards the crowd, whereas Barrington's here, the woman's here, somebody else is back here. But the one that's facing the crowd, these robed people line up with their clubs in hand. And yet again, you see that little shiny thing sticking out from the end of the club. And then one by one, they step up and they swing in succession like a baseball bat at the figure chained to the obelisk. Just wham to the body, wham to the legs, wham to the shoulder, wham to the chest with all of their might. About 5 or 6 of them go. And you can see that the victim that is chained there is barely clinging to life before Gavigan.
Do we just have to watch this?
Shut up.
Yeah,
What do you do right now? Ruined everything?
Desmond is watching this unfold, and you see Gavigan step up, turn his club sideways so that the spike is sticking out, and drives it through the heart of the first victim. As that happens, he turns to the crowd, club in hand, shiny nail shining in the moonlight. He raises his arms to the sky and he screams. And as he screams, everyone in the crowd starts convulsing. If anyone is still standing, they drop to the ground and they start convulsing, and you just hear this this alien noise coming from everyone around you. What do you do?
Who's doing it?
You give me a sanity roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say. It's so nice we don't have to roll that.
Long time coming.
Let me see.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, God.
Hard success on the sanity roll.
Success.
Regular success for me.
What is it bad?
We finally got there. I got a 99.
Fumbled your sanity roll.
Okay.
Can't
Well,
you
it's
work on
62, so I don't know if that's possible, but
No, I think 100 is maximum sanity loss, if I remember correctly. So, my God, are those dice telling one story for you? Rob, I need you to roll 1d8 sanity loss.
Just keep it under a 5.
Yeah, remember, of course, 5 or more in one pop. Means
3.
you'll then have to roll. All right.
Okay.
We got Michael behind the scenes.
Just
Fantastic,
waiting.
such a great helper, and he is going to track how much sanity is lost in one day. Because remember, if a fifth is lost in a day, temporary insanity,
all right.
bouts of madness, all that good stuff. So you see this go down, and it is so shocking. You have to steel yourselves against what this could mean. But Carter can't hold it together. How do you think that little loss of sanity manifests?
I think having to watch that one person just obviously die when the whole goal of this was to
Stop the sacrifice.
save people. Carter's just starts getting like riddled with just like self-doubt. Just looks like, I know it probably sounds boring, but he's just like oh God, we've already fucked it up. Like, we're gonna fuck this whole thing up. Like, people are gonna die because we fucked it up. And he's just like, starts sort of like, I don't know, I think he backs up a little bit. I think maybe, yeah, I mean, I don't think he wants to run, but I think there's definitely like, sort of self-doubt is the only way I could put it.
Yeah, it's just like, what have we done? This was not part of the plan, but maybe plans change. When everyone drops to the ground, do you make your move? What do you possibly do in this situation? I mean, everyone is. They're in their own world. Gavigan is up there. You think Shafiq is still up there? I mean, this is all happening very, very quickly. You've been given the signal.
That is the signal. I mean,
Who's doing it?
It's go time.
it's go time. I was in the room when Shafiq described the plan. And I am repulsed by seeing the violence that has been carried out here. I am seeing the most paranoid visions of Desmond's mind put out into the world. That, like, not only are the elite oppressing those who wish to emancipate themselves, but they have turned it into a perverse religion. And yeah, so just see from the wizard sleeve of his cloak the truncheon taken from Henson Manufacturing slide out like a Louisville Slugger. And if Carter kind of moves back as though he's moving away, I take his shoulder, like, chin up, man. And remember, not your fucking intern. I am your comrade. And I run, and I run towards Gavigan, winding back to smash him across the face.
Oh my God. All right. Let's go individually between what everyone's reaction is. And if you see Desmond do that and you're like, I just watch to see what happens, that's an answer too. Or if you're like, I rush into battle with him, that's cool too. Walk me through this. Just while you do that, take a look at this image, because this is what you see.
Oh, wow.
So ripped.
Wow. Gavin's cut
Is
as
that
hell.
I did
That's
not
Gavigan.
picture Gavigan to be
I thought he was like just
he'd
an
be
old
more
man.
I thought like Jurassic Park, like that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He appeared that
Significantly more
way.
doughy.
He appeared
No,
that
he was
way.
hot.
I mean, look at that cultural appropriation. Just
Well,
got
now
the
I have to
Pharaoh.
reconsider.
I was gonna
Gavigan
say
does
Margot also follows, but
training.
I don't know now. No, Margot.
When you were at
Margot
the Pennu
sees
Foundation, you never thought this guy was rippled like this.
This guy
Margot
is
sees
carved.
Desmond going up, and she is also following for backup, like
Same.
just in case that one whack doesn't do it.
Yeah, no, I'm
Desmond
full
runs.
force.
Margot
Full
runs.
force going in.
Beirut runs.
I think I think Des said that thing to Carter. Carter kind of like watches him, sees him run, sees Margot go, sees Feyruz go, and it's like, Mystery Squad to the rescue, and starts like running after them.
So many of them.
The four of you, weapons out, start to rush towards this scene. The voices around you continue to rise. And as you're rushing towards this from the back, the sound envelops you to the point where it sounds like one monstrous voice is just like reverberating inside of your bodies. The ground continues to shake from this chanting and this noise until a new sound enters the world. First, it sounds like the wind is like something like a plane. This is pre-transcontinental flight, but it sounds like something is like flying into the area. The sound of the wind like moving in waves. It comes from above and below and all around you, and you just can't help but look up. I don't know if you stop in your tracks or not, but you look up, you certainly will when you see what you see, as seemingly out of the dark void of the sky, two gargantuan winged creatures fly into the area and start circling the crowd of cultists. At first, your first thought is they are like elephants, both in size and in shape, but their heads look like deformed horses, and they have these enormous wings like bats, and they're covered in wet scales. And as they're flying around, they open their mouths and let out these screeches that sound like an alien language before finally like swooping around and then landing as gently as butterflies alighting on a flower on either side of the stele. All of the cultists, even Gavigan's favorites, and Shafiq, prostrate themselves before these creatures. You notice, in fact, some of the cultists up front, they're convulsing and stuff, they like stand up and they take their robes off, baring their naked bodies like they're offering themselves to these huge winged creatures. And the great beasts like just turn and look like with this like intelligent gaze at the crowd. Perhaps look at all four of you who are among the very few that are like standing in the middle of this nonsense. And then, in succession, each of them just rips into one of the other bodies on the stele and begins like gnawing at the bodies that are chained to the stele. You think that Barrington had to be one of them, or maybe he was the one that wasn't, and they're just like, while people are like ripping off their clothes and rushing up to like offer their bodies to them. It's madness, and I need another sanity roll.
Jeez.
Are these winged creatures? Is that what we were seeing Margot turn into in that nightmare?
Exactly like what Margot is turning into.
Oh my god.
That's a failure.
Sanity?
Oh, no.
Extreme success. I got a 7.
Extreme success. I got a 5. We've
I've
seen this shit before. We've
I've-
seen this shit before.
I've been this weird dragon elephant thing.
Okay.
I got a hard
seen this
success.
shit before.
Okay, couple things I forgot. Those who succeeded on the first roll still take 1d4 sanity loss.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, BT dubs. I was so
wait,
ready
you
to give.
guys, I failed my piss roll. I have to go. You guys do the housekeeping on the fucking sanity. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Did you fail this
All right.
one? Or you're good? No, he failed it.
I got 3 on the 1d4 for the last
Same.
one.
Okay.
I got 2, so I'm down.
Okay, yeah, I
6.
forgot. Even on a success, you take 1d4. All right, so then who succeeded on this one? I think Rob did.
Extreme succeeds.
Extreme.
Yeah, wait.
That's awesome.
We've seen this shit.
Yeah.
Kate, am I seeing this right? Your sanity, you rolled twice, but the first one is...
Me? I'm not
no.
rolling on the online roller.
Oh, okay.
If I am, it's on accident because I don't know
Okay,
how it
it's
works.
just accidental.
Your accidental roll was a 100.
I'm like clicking all over my thing all the time. Yeah.
Well, I failed. It sounds like I might be the only one who failed the elephantine
All right.
horror roll.
Okay. It's a d6. Everyone else is 0. If you passed seeing these as a 0, you've seen winged creatures before. But of course the dice are telling the perfect story because Desmond has never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
So give me that d6.
We've
Okay.
also seen it at the hotel. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
Desmond, he saw Cleopatra turn into a snake.
Not so bad in the scheme of things. I got a 3, so I'm down 3 more points.
Okay, so all right, so you've taken 5 total, and
right.
Margot and Fairuz have taken 3, and Carter took 3 the first
took
time.
3,
or 4?
yeah.
3. Okay, all right. So Michael's back there with like a chalkboard. But just keep in mind, look at what you started with, and a fifth of that is if you go past that, that's when things start getting a little hairy. There are 2 giant winged elephant horse bats. 9 at 2 more of the sacrifices. This shit has gotten out of control.
You think Zara would have fucking told us that these things would show up? Like, oh, by the way, there will be 2 monsters.
Thanks for the heads up, jerk.
Yeah.
Makes you feel as though we've sort of walked into a trap, don't it?
The fuck do you do?
Continue with what we're doing, right?
I mean, I'm following through with my initial. This, of course, is horrific and mind-shattering.
Are we doing a niche, or is this like a just...
All right, so I just want to know the plan is to still rush towards Gavigan and try to catch him unawares and just straight up attack. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have Gavigan roll a spot hidden to see if he sees you. And if he doesn't, you're going to get to go before he gets to go.
Great.
If he does, let's roll for initiative. So here
I feel like he should roll some sort of disadvantage with the 2 giant monsters next to him. That's a bit of a distraction.
Or is this like a fucking Friday night for him?
He's just yawning. Yeah, he's just like... It's like Jabba the Hutt at the pod races. He's just knocking shit off the side.
Yeah. All right, let me get old Gabby's stuff up here. All right, spot hid. I mean, it's so amazing. Every single character, like characters that you would never think you'd need to know stats for, I got the stats for them. And so, of course, I have Gavigan's. Gavigan rolled a 22 under his score. I won't say what it is in case it comes up later. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say roll for initiative, but that's not how things go here. Gavigan, watching these creatures come down, smiles in the same manic joy of everybody else in there. His favorites, 2 like big burly motherfuckers standing next to him, smile as well. And one of them will say, for the story-wise, like points towards the 4 of you rushing, and Gavigan just turns. Are your hoods up?
Still down.
Still down.
We're still covering our faces.
Still up, yeah.
Still up.
Oh, that's what I meant.
We're blending in with everybody.
He sees weapons. Weapons are out. Let's see here. So Fairuz, you have a gun out, right?
Yeah.
All right, so your dex of 55 will become a 105 initiative. Desmond, you have a truncheon, so you stay at 60. Carter, do you have a gun?
I have a gun, but I didn't pull it out. I have a knife.
All right, so you stay at 40, and then Margot, you go up to 130 because of your shotgun. Oh, man. This is happening. Gavigan goes first, and this is what he does. That's right. Gavigan has higher than a 130 with this particular thing that he's about to do, which is an instantaneous spell, which is the same as targeting, or same as like having a ready gun. Mm-hmm. He like sees you and looks back. I imagine that he just knows. He knows that he's a paranoid man that knows that people are after where he is at. He rears back his head and like spits into the air, and this like steam jet comes out of his mouth right towards Margot. Margot, give me a spot hidden or a listen, whatever is better, to see if you see this even coming.
My spot hidden is definitely a lot better than my listen.
Then do that. Like, do you even see this is coming?
It's a 72 over 69, but I'm going to use my luck to make it a regular success.
Hell yeah. All right, that's a regular success. Success on that means that you see it coming enough so that you can roll a dodge roll.
All right.
to try and get out of the way of this thing. Fail on the spot hidden means it just hits you.
So I make my luck down just to make sure I got that. Okay.
Spits this gas at
Dodge.
you. Oh.
Come on.
Cobra Man.
Fuck. 78 over 52. 78 minus 52. What is that?
60?
78 minus 52 is 26 points of luck. I have it, and I think I'm gonna use it. I don't know what this is. This is a spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm using it. 26
Okay.
points of luck to make this a success.
You spend 26 points of luck to dodge out of the way of this vapor. And this cloud, this like noxious cloud of vapors hits the area where all of you are. And you, the rest of you, while Margot is able to dodge out of the way, the rest of you take a tiny bit of damage. You all take 1 point of damage from these noxious vapors. They're starting to dissipate because it's outside, but like it starts suffocating you immediately. You feel like you're back in the fog. Now, Margot, it's your turn.
This is why I was like, I'm just gonna spend like pretty much on my luck because I think I'm next. And this is what we're supposed to do. So, if it's my
Gavigan
turn.
and at least 2 cultists beside him that are like beefy dudes. They're his right-hand man, you would think. Maybe you even recognize them.
Zara told us that if he goes down, everyone will follow suit, something.
Yeah.
So I run up, point blank, fire.
Man, this is shades of Makunga Madari. Point blank, double barrel shotgun or a sawed-off shotgun?
Sawed off.
Okay. He is going to attempt to dive. No, man. God. If I dive for cover and succeed, I forfeit my next turn.
Is it
Then
worth
again,
it?
you are rushing up to me with a shotgun.
What are you gonna do, Gavigan?
Wow. I'm going to dive for cover. I'm going to attempt to dive for cover. If I succeed, you'll get a penalty die on this roll.
Which would just negate my
The point blank, right? So
Yeah.
it's one roll. But I then will be forfeiting my turn next round, and I'll be lying on the ground. So basically, you're forfeiting your turn to stand up. Unlike Makunga Madari, I can't just stand there and have you shoot me with a shotgun.
damn it.
This is high risk, high reward. So let's see if I am able to. I need to roll successful dodge, and he makes it. All right. So
Damn it.
this is still
All right,
a
that's
straight
fine.
up roll. He dives for cover, so you just roll your.
I roll my
skill,
shotgun
your
roll.
firearms. Yep.
All right, you son of a bitch. 54 over 34. So no, that's a miss.
Boom! Gavigan dives for cover. Pah! I mean, there's so much shit going on here between the chanting, the ground shaking, these winged creatures tearing apart these other 2 people tied to the stele. That shotgun sound is lost to the wind. Gavigan is on the ground. It is Fairuz's turn.
Hey, he's on the ground now.
He's on the ground,
Yeah, he
and
is.
I'm gonna
ass.
empty those 3 shots I can have because it's an automatic into him.
All right, now talk to me about your range here. Obviously, Margot, keep in mind, Margot, you went point blank and missed, which means you're right up in the fray there with him and his buddies. Fairuz, do you want to go point blank as well
Well, wait,
to
with-
empty your cartridge?
Even though I did point blank, can I still make 2 shots? For shotguns, it says, for shotguns firing twice at the same target, no penalty is taken for the second shot. Michael
Yep,
Michael said
saying
I
yes.
can because I have 2 barrels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That shot
Yeah,
is me
that-
with the penalty. So now I just have 1 penalty die.
Right. So you make this shot with a penalty die, but then you're out of
But then
ammo,
I'm-
which
okay.
means next time if you want to use that gun again, you have to spend your action to reload. I mean, it's certainly worth it because you put yourself in harm's way. Part of the reason you guys were so successful against the Cult of the Bloody Tongue is because you hit.
Yeah.
Missing
Yeah.
here is very dangerous because you're in the fray, and that's why I was asking Fairuz, like, how far do you go? Do you want to
All right.
avoid that penalty die and get really close, but then be up there, Or do you want to stay back, take the penalty die for each shot? But let's resolve Margot's second shot with a penalty die.
Well, okay, since I did see him dive down, I won't take the second shot, and I'll wait for my next turn to take it.
Okay. Great. All right, so Fairuz, decision time. You want to keep some distance and take a penalty die on each shot? You might still hit on more than one of them.
Yeah,
Or none.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep a little distance.
Keep a little distance, okay.
Okay, so first one is like just a handgun roll.
Yep, handgun.
Extreme success with extreme damage.
Okay, but you got to roll twice and take the lower.
It's the penalty.
But no, it is because because damage and then extreme damage. So it's 4 points of damage for the first one.
No, but you have to, because you're unloading
But you're
your clip,
rolling with the penalty.
each shot has to have a penalty die.
Oh, okay. I see. Roll 20 is weird with.
Yeah, roll
with
20 is weird with like how to do. Do you have another tens die in front of you?
I do have another tens die.
All right, so it's going to be a something 2. So whatever the tens die comes up.
It's still it's a 32. So it's whatever whatever the higher is.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the worst
Okay.
one is. So 32 is a
So it's 32,
regular,
which is
that's a hard
still
success.
that's still a hard success. Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be regular damage, but that hits.
Okay. So
Just lay it on the ground, sitting duck.
so do I roll the 1d6 damage again, or do I take the
Yeah,
damage
roll
that's-
the damage, and then I don't think you get a damage bonus on the gun, right? No,
no,
just straight up.
No.
Yeah,
So straight up 5 points for the first one.
5 points of damage. All right, so boom, hit this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, blood. He's bleeding. He's blooded.
So, but I get 3 shots, right?
Yep.
So each
So-
one is going to take the penalty die, but he has taken damage.
Okay. Let's see. Second one is a hard success, 18. But I got to re-roll to take the lower. I rolled an 18 again.
Oh, awesome.
2 18s, another hard success. So give me another D6 worth of damage.
Oh, hold on. That rolled off of the dice tray. 3 points for that.
Okay. Gavigan's got 2 bullets in him.
Ooh,
Okay.
baby.
So that
The
was
High Priest of the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh has 2 bullet holes in him.
And the third one, it says a failure. I don't think I could. Yeah, it's a failure. So,
Right, so the failure would reign supreme. You
but
should
it takes
roll
8
again.
points. What? Sorry. Roll what?
You should roll again just in case it's a fumble.
Okay.
Oh, roll the
No.
second.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll roll the second. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's a something 0.
No, it's lower.
Okay. Yeah. Especially where you rolled an 80, a 10 would have been 100.
Yeah.
Which would have been a fumble. That's all right. All right. So 2 hits. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't ask
So
for much better than that.
8 points of damage.
You can.
so far.
You can. You can. Could have been 3 hits. All right. 8 points of damage with 2 bullets. That's Fairuz. All right. There are, as I said, there's tons of cultists around, but 2 are in the know here, and they are entering the fight. You got Desmond and Carter in the back. Margot and Fairuz have stepped up. Margot is really in the fray. First guy is going to come at Margot. Margot, he is going to attempt to just, would be the best thing to do here, just kind of like punch you.
Okay.
Okay? So do you want to dodge or fight back?
Dodge, for sure.
Okay, yep. That way, all you need is to beat my success, if I am able to succeed. All right, here we go. What'd you get?
Hard success, 21.
I got a regular success. So you
Nice.
dodge out of the way.
Eye on the prize.
The other guy closes on Fairuz. And Fairuz, do you want to dodge or fight back?
Statistically, it's better for me to fight back, but what's missing? Check my dodge again.
Yeah, it's tough.
I gotta fight back.
Gotta fight back. Okay. All right, this one comes up. They both have clubs in their hands, but they're starting with fists.
Am I rolling my brawl?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, if you're fighting back.
I had a regular success.
I had an extreme success.
Fuck!
Okay. I believe for a fist, it's not an impaling weapon because I used my fist. So I think extreme success is it just max damage, Michael? Can't remember. Or do I still roll?
Max damage plus DB plus roll weapon damage.
Max damage
Oh,
plus
man.
DB.
And
I
it's
believe.
your fist, so there's no weapon damage.
Okay.
Physical strength is involved. What is it like a strength check?
I just want to make sure I get this right because that's a big old bit of damage.
Let's see. Firearms, fisties.
I studied so hard last night for my final exam.
Yeah,
It's all right. You got your book at your exam. That's fine.
What am I doing in my underwear?
I didn't even take this class all semester.
Non-impaling weapon, and they have hit a weak spot. And they cause maximum damage plus maximum damage bonus.
Then they have hit a weak spot and
If-
cause maximum damage.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I think that's just like flavor story. Like, oh, they hit
Yeah.
a weak spot.
it's
Right.
max damage.
My
plus
pressure
max damage
points.
bonus.
Ow, my elbow.
My funny bone!
Ew.
All right, Feyruz, you take 10 points of damage.
Oh.
He like sucker punched you.
Jeepers.
Sucker punched you, and I believe that's half your hit points. So
Yeah, that's.
That-
I was at a 12 out of 13 before. I am now at a 2.
oh, that's a bad start. That's a bad start. But
Oh boy.
let's see what happens. Let's see if you can stay conscious. Keep in mind, someone could take a roll to do first aid. The extreme success was
Boy.
brutal. But let's see. So nervous. I can't find it. Here it is. Okay, so character takes damage from a single wound.
She
You-
falls prone.
You
Must make
fall
con
prone.
save.
I gotta make a con save.
Con roll.
Oh,
It
I'm
failed.
good at con, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're.
Success.
Yeah.
Yes, she's awake.
All right, so tick the major wound box, and you've just hit the ground. Oh boy. Well, here's the good
Ooh,
news.
doctor.
Gavigan does not get to go next round, and both
Damn
of
right.
his cultist henchmen have gone. However, Feyruz has taken a major wound, and it is Desmond's turn.
Go, Desmond.
Two big burly dudes.
I was charging Gavigan right from the start
Yeah.
of this. Somehow the gun folks were able to run ahead of me as well as shoot. I still want to close with Gavigan while he's on the ground and just like
Okay.
pulverize him while he's down.
Yeah.
If I can evade his goons.
Yep. All right, so you're going to rush straight at Gavigan. They're busy tied up, beating up the women, and you rush at
Classy
Gavigan with
boys.
a truncheon. He's on the ground. Yeah, I mean, I'd say on the ground. I'm just gonna
That sounds
just
like
roll and see what happens.
that sounds like I might even get a help for that. But
I think you know what? Give yourself a bonus die. Yeah, give
Yeah,
yourself a
Ross.
bonus die. He's like a sitting.
He's laid out.
Yeah, I mean, what a coward.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm just gonna check and see.
Jeepers, if you extreme success, this could get.
Okay, I did not extreme success, but I got a regular success.
Okay, I'm going to say that he can't dodge that right now. So go ahead
Unfortunately,
and give,
I just did
fight
1
back
point
from
of
his-
damage.
Fuck.
Hey, every point counts. All right, so you come up and you just graze him with this
It's not, but you don't
truncheon.
get to add your DB or whatever?
I don't have a damage bonus. My size isn't big enough. My damage bonus is 0.
He's a build
You're
zero.
tiny? I didn't know you were so wee.
I'm a little guy.
Carter, you're up. That guy just swung at Margot, but Margot dodged out of the way. But you see Feyruz like take one right in the stomach and maybe is like buckled over a little bit
And you said that Gavigan doesn't get to go because he's on the ground?
because he dove for cover. He loses a turn.
Okay, so I want to run towards the guy that socked Feyruz, and I want to shoulder check him into the fray where the monster is eating everybody.
Okay, all right. That's going to be a combat maneuver.
And see if I can get him just eaten.
Okay, I like that. All right, so that's going to be a combat maneuver, and he is going to respond by fighting back. So you roll your brawl, unless you have like a wrestle skill, which is higher, and
Did not take wrestle.
he will attempt to punch you.
Fuck this guy. I rolled a 7 under 77.
Oh,
A
Eat that
7.
motherfucker. Eat him.
I rolled a
Turn it
regular
around, baby.
success. You rolled an extreme success. So you just, right to the guy that was attacking Feyruz?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just like, boom! You lay your shoulder into him, and he's just like, he was caught off guard because he was focused on Feyruz, and he just stumbles back and like bumps into this fucking monster, and the thing just like turns and just starts tearing him from limb.
Yes.
Almost as if they thought that it offered itself to it. Top of the next round, Margot, you are up. You've got 1 bullet left in the chamber. If you shoot it, hit or miss, you will have to reload next round unless you switch to fisticuffs.
Yep. I'm gonna take the shot, point blank,
Placed him.
and he's prone. Does that mean I get another bonus die?
Yeah, give
'Cause-
yourself 2 bonus die. Yes! Why did I die for cover? I mean, this is just hits the
Alright,
story.
here we
He did his cool spell, and then he didn't want to get shot by a shotgun.
First roll.
Get that slug in him.
You're going fucking down. Let's just see if it can get better. Nope, that's the same. Oh, I rolled a 13 all 3 times. Under 34.
You rolled 3 13s?
I rolled 3 well, I rolled the 10s die 3 times and got a 10. And then my other one is a 3, so 13.
The 3 of swords.
There are 3 swords in the heart.
Holy shit,
There are 3 13s. There are
I've been
3
making a
stories
list
to
of
Misr
how
House.
many times
Noura
this
has been
tarot
monitoring
card.
it every time.
Yeah.
something
There are
happens.
so many. There's now 4 things on this list.
Oh my
There are
god.
3 prisoners in the chamber.
So that I don't think that's a hard. I don't think that's an extreme. 13
Which
under
was-
13 under 34 for
No, that's definitely a hit, so give me the damage roll.
holy shit, sawed-off shotgun.
Come on. And you're
It says-
point blank?
Damage when I'm point blank. Let me just I
Point
wanna
blank
make sure
just
I'm
gives you the
doing this-
bonus die to attack,
it doesn't
and then
give
the
you-
extra bonus die because he was prone. He's just a sitting duck. I mean, you just walk up with the shotgun.
It's
46.
46. It's 46.
Come on.
4d6.
Blow
Here we go.
his
Here we go. Here we go.
ass.
Here we go.
Blow him up, please.
9 points of damage.
Ooh.
I
Respectable.
rolled 2 ones.
That's a respectable roll. Yeah.
I rolled 2
Very
ones.
respectable
9
roll.
points of damage. Point blank. And then I'm gonna take a step back from him with my move action, if I have one of those.
Take a step back with your move action, and you look, and you see Gavigan is just like clinging to life. Blood all over his chest from a point blank shotgun shot. The only way he could possibly be alive is like it just took a chunk out of his chest.
Yeah.
He is not long for this world. But will he survive through to the next round? That's when he's going to get dangerous. It's Feyruz's turn, whereas Gavigan dove for cover. What do you do?
Well, Feyruz is prone, so I have to get up.
That's right.
You can
Well,
shoot from
here's
prone.
the thing. Gavigan's
he's-
on the ground too.
He's on the ground too.
Yeah,
So
he's
He's on the
can I
ground
just
too, but
fucking
you
shoot
emptied
from
your
there?
clip. Don't forget.
Oh, right.
But there's 6 bullets. I only did 3. So there's another thing that I could do this one more time before I have to reload.
Or you could just shoot him once, right? Without a penalty?
That's true. You could take one shot without a penalty, or unload and take penalties.
I'm so conflicted.
It says lying down provides a stable position from which to shoot. A prone character gets 1 bonus die when making a firearms roll.
Nice,
so it
Kate.
cancels each other out.
Yeah,
so
nice,
Hey,
Kate.
book test. I didn't study for this shit.
Amazing.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I'm gonna empty this clip.
Bonus points to Kate. That would negate
Rat-a-tat-tat.
the penalty die. Oh,
Everyone lay down.
man.
All right, here we go. First one. Regular success.
Uh-huh.
So it cancels each other out. This is like just a bare
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Thing.
straight rolls now. Nice pull, Kate.
There we go.
5 points for the first one.
Okay.
Shit, I failed the second one. Third one is a hard success,
Uh-huh.
and that is 6 points.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Come on.
Dust his ass.
I mean, Margot steps up.
Stay on the ground.
Boom! Misses after he spits this noxious gas, which Margot is able to dodge from as she's running right at him. All of you take a little bit of damage from the suffocating noxious fumes. Margot, Desmond does a little chip as he gets in there, Margot's able to lay into him with a shotgun, and somehow this guy is still alive. And then Feyruz gets off 2 bullets. I imagine he's like getting up, like after Margot's shot, trying to like splay his fingers to like get another badass spell ready. And you fucking take his lights out, and he dies.
Hell yeah!
Just on the ground like a badass. Boom, boom,
Just boom.
Where is your pharaoh now?
What happens?
One of the cultists is being eaten. There's still one aggressor. And in the fracas of this, maybe he doesn't even see that Gavigan has gone down. Or, you know what? Let me see.
Also, way to jump in and help Zara bring us out here.
Yeah, I meant
She's
to
just
ask.
like standing
I meant to
there.
ask.
Fuck is
Have we seen her at all?
What's up with her?
We have.
She is. She's
She was
next to him
standing
this whole
right
time.
there.
I
You
know
look
she was
around right now.
I just
nowhere
mean
to be
since the
seen.
fracas began. Have we seen her?
I
Or
didn't
clocked her?
think of until
She was
we got
there with
here.
Gavigan, and
Right.
then, like, as you were running up, you're like, where the
She just
fuck did she
fucked
go?
I didn't think of until we got here, but like, why couldn't she just fucking do that?
Right?
But here we are.
Right? Here we are. She
Maybe
said she
she-
would land the killing blow, but she didn't need to because Feyruz did. This guy sees Gavigan go down, looks back at his buddy that's been torn apart, and just kind of like he looks around at all the other people that are like going crazy on the ground, offering themselves. Somebody else comes running up, like a naked body, just runs towards the Soleil, and the other one just like grabs it out of midair, throws it up in the air, and starts like fucking devouring it. And the guy's just like realization, sanity loss kicks in, and he just fucking runs into the woods.
My life choices.
What have I done?
And you're left there just looking around. And you see Zara Shafiq. Zara Shafiq steps forward in this madness with a cadre of female robed figures
Come on.
in front of her. And she says, yes. Yes, yes, you have done what I could not. Thank you for doing this. If I lost her accent, she's like, thank you don't understand what you have done. He has desecrated the Black Pharaoh. He has desecrated all that Nyarlathotep stands for.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And thanks to you, you will be honored this day. You will be honored sacrifices in his name.
No!
Seize them! And the 4 women start running towards you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll away because I'm on the ground and badly
Barrel
hurt.
roll to safety.
How did we not see this coming?
You try to be a
You did a little,
feminist,
you know?
and it blows up in your face.
Feyruz, you can
come
obviously, absolutely have stood up during all of this.
Okay.
But we're back in it. Let's get back to initiative here. Margot, you are a 130 because your gun is still out, but it has no bullets. So I'm going to keep you at the 130 because you do have a readied gun. I don't know what the rules are for that, but the gun is ready. There's just nothing in it. Carter, you're still at a 40. Desmond at a 60. Feyruz also bulletless at a 105. It's party time. Margot, you get to go first. You see them coming. You're just like fucking quick reloading your gun. What are you doing?
Well, how many people are running at us? Like,
Looks like there's 4 women coming towards
4?
you, and they have no weapons.
they have no weapons.
But they might have that woogie.
They might have some woogie woogie.
Maybe.
Sorceresses of
There
some
might be
type.
some wooj.
So, what is it called? Redoing my shotgun. Reloading my shotgun, both chambers. I can reload on this turn, or reload 1 chamber and fire with 1 penalty die. And I think I'm gonna go
The
for
quick reload.
I'm gonna go for reloading both because there are 4 people running at us, and now Zara's an enemy. I just want to have both, and I don't want to get penalty.
All right. Take this round to reload both.
And also like back up a bit.
Create some distance. They have a
Yeah.
crazy look in their eyes. Feyruz.
I'm also gonna BRB and back up a bit because I'm very badly injured. And I also must reload.
Okay.
All right, Des. Just sort of.
I'm sort of there.
Well, hold on. There's the sisters.
Oh no, that was just Carter looking at Desmond like,
Oh,
we're
like-
just the 2 sitting here like,
Guess this stuff does.
Here we go. Last one
Let's-
down.
let's
Last time for the rest of you.
let's beat some women. Just like very unsure. Just like
Well, it sounds. Maybe just put it out there, but very much self-defense.
All right. So Shafiq turns these women on you. They come running. It is Zara Shafiq's turn.
Oh dear.
Let's have some fun here, right? We're here to have fun. Okay, random roll. 1 Margot, 2 Fairuz, 3 Carter, 4 Desmond. Margot.
Come at me.
Margot,
Or try.
she like reaches her hand out. It makes sense. Even though you've backed up, you're still one of the closest people there. She reaches out to you and just like looks like she's pulling. Give me a pow roll. This is an opposed power roll.
Whoa.
Regular success.
Regular success is pretty good. Not as good as a hard success. Okay. This is wild. You feel yourself like your bones start like creaking, and you look down at your skin, and your skin is like starting to prune, like you've been in the bath for too long. And at that moment, you take 1 point of damage
Okay.
to strength, con, dex, pow, and appearance.
So not hit points.
Not hit points. Your strength, your con, your dex, your pow, and your appearance.
Is that going to be permanent?
Appearance feels
knows?
petty.
Yeah.
I know,
Appearance
right?
feels petty. You're starting to like age and decay.
I guess I'm wondering, should I change this in my character sheet? Or like put a -1, like
You
it'll go
look
away
like
if I
an
get
asshole.
healed. Is this like a permanent thing?
You don't
busted.
know. You don't know. I mean, there is
So
some
it's-
dark magic at work that is like stealing your life away.
-1 from strength.
Trying to see if
Dex.
it's a D10 for each.
Appearance, which is so rude. Of course they would.
I know you're starting to get ugly.
You said strength, dex, appearance, and con?
Strength, con, dex, power, and appearance.
Okay.
And yeah, your sheet should adjust as you do that, like if it changes any of the other numbers, although only 1 point might not be
Okay.
too bad. I
Got
just
it.
want to look at one. Well, I'll look at it in a second. I may need to adjust that, but let's just, in the interest of keeping things moving, I'm going to just push forward. And that was Zara. Okay, one of the sisters rushes up to Desmond, and she's going to do a combat maneuver. She's trying to grab you, Desmond. Do you want to dodge or soccer?
Just trying to grab little old me. Oh, heck. I'll fight back.
Okay. All right, give me your brawl.
Where is there? Here we go.
I have a regular success.
Come on now. That's. I got a failure.
Failure. Okay, so this is what happens. This woman comes up to you, grabs you, and starts pulling you towards the stele.
Uh-oh.
Sister number 2 rushes up and tries to do the same thing to Carter. Carter, you want to fight back or dodge?
I'm gonna fight back.
Okay.
I got a hard.
And I failed. So she goes to grab you. Now she's right next to you. She couldn't grab her arms around you. But you look, shades of the Juju house. You see Desmond being pulled towards the stele, not unlike what Vaughn was doing to you. And now it is Desmond's turn.
So I'm currently being towed towards the obelisk to be offered to these things, eh?
Yep. So you're grabbed right now. You can attempt to escape the grab. You can try a combat. That would be like a combat maneuver. You can attempt to try and do damage to her, which may come at a penalty die where you're grabbed and you'd remain grabbed.
I just want to escape. Yeah,
Escape, all right.
I'll do that as my maneuver then.
All right. So
Yeah.
that's just a straight up combat maneuver to try and escape the grapple. And she's just holding you. It's up to you.
Okay, so is that a
And your
brawl
build
then?
is 0, right? Let me just
That's
check
correct.
here. Actually, you know what? This would be an opposed roll because she's trying to hold you.
Okay.
So she's basically fighting back, but instead of doing damage, if she has a higher success, she will retain her hold on you. You have build 0, and all of these women are different. I had them all set up ahead. She has build 0 as well, so there'll be no penalty or bonus dice here.
So is this strength or
This is
brawl?
no, just brawl.
Okay. That's an extreme success from your boy Desmond Mahoney.
And she failed, so you're able to break free.
Hands off me, you witch! Oh, God.
All right, sister, do you want to try and create more distance with your move action?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to
Or
do
move
even more
towards someone? What are you thinking?
Yeah. What I'd like to do is to pick up those scepters from the absolutely blasted body of Gavigan.
Oh, the 2 scepters. That's right. He held 2 scepters aloft. So you go over to the body and grab the scepters.
Yes.
Nice.
Tuck that club in my belt and in my robe and ring, got my scepters now.
Is that a scepter in your pocket?
I'll say.
All right, sister number 3 is going
sisters.
to rush. I'm just calling them sisters. Sister number 3 is going to rush up to Fairuz. Fairuz, are you still prone and crawling away, or no? You're standing. You just created some distance.
She was
Standing
standing.
and distance.
All right, this one has a build 1, as do you. It's going to attempt to grab you as well. Do you want to fight back or dodge?
Fight back.
Okay, so you're just gonna be like, the fuck out of here as she comes in. Okay.
Critical success!
Yes.
Baby!
1.
Hell
All
yeah.
right, so that's max damage plus a. This just happened, right? Max damage plus
Max DB.
max DB.
So what is just the fisticuffs? Is that
Max,
like
I think a fist is usually like
D4?
1d3 plus your damage bonus.
Okay, so D3.
Plus, you don't
Say.
have to roll the
Oh, you
DD.
don't have to roll. It's
It's a
just
4.
what's your
Yeah,
damage
it's just
bonus?
max.
My damage bonus is
A 1d4, right?
a 1d4. So do I have
Alright.
to roll that, or is it a max?
No,
on that?
it's
max.
7 points of damage total.
Yes.
Because it's max damage plus max DB, so that's 3 plus 4 is 7, and you kill her in one shot.
You punch her to death.
So cool.
You must hit her like right in the heart. And she's just like,
Your death punch.
she crumbles to the ground. The last one rushes over to Margot and attempts to grab you, Margot. Margot, are you
I
fighting
just
back?
want to pause for a second. That Desmond is just like, "Oh, get off of me!" And a second later, Fairuz Gibran just rears back and drops an even bigger woman with one punch.
Also,
In
fucking
the heart.
Carter.
In the heart, you said.
Carter was sitting there like, let's go! And they just have all run past him.
Yeah. So, did I already try to dodge a spell attack this round?
No, that was the wait, what did she do? No, that was you weren't trying to dodge. It was just an
okay.
opposed power roll. This is a different thing, so you don't take you don't get any
I'm
bonus
way
die
better
for
at
this.
dodging, so
All
I'm
right,
dodging.
So you're gonna dodge. This one's trying to get you. Okay, I have a regular success.
All right, listen, I rolled a 54 over 51. I'm spending 3 points of my 7 luck left to make that a regular success.
Okay,
I'm down
you
to
have
4
to,
luck.
and you're able to dodge out of the way as you dwindle down to 4 luck. Alrighty, it is Carter's turn. Slow and steady wins the race.
I think Carter's got to turn on one of these women. Run past him, ignored him, which is not new for him with women. And so he's going to. God. I mean, they're all preoccupied, right? One was fighting with Dez.
One came after you, and you just dodged, didn't you?
No, I think they all avoided me.
Oh, shit! I meant to have one of them attack each of you. But yeah, they're all within striking distance, except Shafiq's a little further away. You can still get to her, but she's clearly standing in the back, and she also has magic. And she
Wait, did I
also has
fight back
magic.
against one?
I thought you did.
But did I do no?
You
I didn't do any
attempted
damage.
to.
Did I do any damage back?
I don't
No,
think you.
Yeah.
I only rolled the hard success. That it was. Does that result in me actually?
Did we not
punching?
take the damage? Like
I don't think we did any
failed.
damage.
I think we just didn't roll your damage.
Yeah.
All right, so it should be 1d3 plus your. Wait, no, what are you using? A knife?
I have got a knife in my hand. Am I allowed
All right,
to
so you
use that on
fought
the
back
fight
with
back?
a knife. That's 1d6 plus your damage bonus.
4.
Ooh.
6.
6 total?
Yeah, 6 total to her.
Okay.
So
All right, so she's in real bad shape. And now it's your turn. So there's a woman standing in front of you that you just stabbed, and she's just like...
I thought I was doing this for you guys to take over. I'm so sorry. And I'm going to try to stab her.
Women can be evil too, Carter. It's fine.
You're right.
Grow
It's an
up,
equal
it's-
opportunity situation. Charges her with a
20s.
knife.
She's going to fight back as well.
Okay.
That's
her right.
Regular success. So unless you fail, she's going to hit you.
Regular success?
Yeah, for me.
What if I got an 18, which is a hard success?
Then you hit her, and give me a d6 plus your damage bonus. Guys, such a horseshoe up your ass. It is insane.
Look at your boy.
7.
Holy
She's
shit.
dead. You stab her,
Damn,
and
he
she
was
just
it.
like holds her stomach, blood squirting out of her robes, and she just falls to the ground dead.
He's like, I hope that
So 2 of them
you
are
got
dead.
to vote
At least once.
for a couple of
Twice.
years.
Yep.
All right, this
Marcus
is...
Hillinghast, Lady Stabber.
I always thought I was a lady killer, but this is...
Oh my
This
God.
is an enormous round here, based on, ammo, positioning. 2 of these sisters are dead. Gavigan and his 2 guys, one of them was eaten by this beast. Gavigan was shot to death. The other guy took off. There's still all these people around. Before we get into this round here, walk me through your plan. If you even can, wrap your head around this. Are you just trying to, kill Shafiq and run? Kill and run where? What is the end goal here? Because you got this is right now is when you have to start thinking about that.
I feel like
Are the winged creatures still around? Are we still in the picture?
They're eating people.
They're just chowing
so.
on supplicants and people chained to the stele.
I
Do we
feel like
disrobe
Margot.
Zara and just offer her up?
I feel like Margot's going one thing at a time. The thing before was to kill Gavigan. That happened. Okay, new thing. Now we got to kill Shafiq and all her minions. And she's really not even thinking past that right now.
Yeah. I think, neutralize Shafiq and get the hell out.
Yeah.
And on that note, I think that if we run back to where the cars are, we might be able to steal a car.
I like that you're thinking ahead, Rob.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Nora's like, I don't know, kill Shafiq and I don't know what's next.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
kill
at
Shafiq,
all.
but then if the cultists get pissed, we just haul ass
Oh
back
yeah,
to
we
the...
need our job's done. We gotta
Yeah.
GTFO, I think.
Yeah,
after
I mean,
that.
one head of the snake has been killed. I imagine you're thinking, let's get the other head of the snake killed and get the fuck out of here, hoping that these cultists will not pursue, because you are vastly outnumbered, and there are 2 monsters here.
Yeah.
Next round, Margot. You still have your gun out. It's loaded now.
It's loaded. Where's
Okay.
Zara? Can I run up
She
to her?
is in the back. The sisters were her vanguard. 2 of them are now dead. One was punched in the heart to death. The other was stabbed twice by Carter. Shafiq is just standing there, resplendent, so beautiful in the torchlight.
And how dare she take
Marveling.
away 1 point of my appearance? Looking so pretty.
Carter's
if
I still dig you.
Oh yeah, I meant to look up.
If I can, I would like to run up to her and try to shoot her point blank.
Okay. I'm just writing a message to Michael. All right, so point blank, that will negate the. You want to shoot both bullets, I'm assuming? Here's what you can do. You can shoot both at no penalty, or you can do 1 shot with a bonus die for point blank.
Ooh. It's kind of... I want to do 1 shot with a bonus die. Because then if I miss, I still have something next round that I can shoot. To me, it's kind of all the same that way.
I mean, a hit is 4d6. A crit could get real ugly. So, show me what you got.
So,
go.
first
Here we go,
roll,
Margot.
point blank. Oh, it's
She
a crack
just
die.
stands there.
Okay. And then the first, or the second one. Okay, regular success.
Nice.
33 under 34. Holy shit.
Give me 4d6 worth of damage.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Every
Come
time.
on.
Come on.
I don't like looking at this face while she's rolling these.
18 points
Yes.
of damage.
Yeah.
2 6s, a 5, and a 1.
Yes.
Points
Nice.
of damage. Margo, you rush her. I mean, are you running at her, or are you just walking like
I'm assuming she's the furthest
with
away,
purpose?
so like
Yeah.
at least rushing. If
a little
I have
pep
to
in your
run, I'm
step,
running.
right? And you're just all in one lockstep. You're lowering the barrel of the shotgun at point blank range on this priestess. Boom! You hit her, and like she gets blown back like this, and she just kind of like flexes a little bit. You see that like her robe has been blown away by the shotgun blast, and underneath her skin, where her body is this like hard tack, like gross, scarred, almost like sinewy mass of muscle and cords that have buffeted these shotgun blasts. There is blood coming out of her. She has taken damage, but she's just like the force of the blast sends her back. And she is like basically naked now, standing in front of you and smiling.
Oh god.
I was hoping for a death becomes her scenario.
Seeing right
Did it
through.
look like I did any good damage, or was it like all of that and it just didn't really look like it did much?
Said she's bleeding,
It definitely
right?
did damage. It almost feels like there was some sort of armor situation there, but it's like a flesh armor, and you've wiled away at that armor and started to chip through to her actual body.
Okay.
I mean, a shotgun blast like blew all of that away, but the fact that you went point blank on her and she is still standing and looking pretty good otherwise is terrifying.
Oh shit.
Feyruz goes, then she goes, and she's standing right next to you, Margo.
Here we go.
Oh no. Okay. Pow, pow, pow.
Pop, pop, pop.
Ugh, okay.
So yeah, you reloaded, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Hard success. Oh, and I guess I have to penalty die for each one.
Yeah.
Can I spend luck on a penalty?
Yes, because you take the lower roll, and then it's a
Yeah.
regular combat roll that you can spend luck on.
So it's a 76 over 67.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah.
So 9 points to make that a success.
Okay.
Regular.
How many points of
And-
damage is that?
It does say 6 on there. It'll say it on there.
Okay.
Yes, it's 6 points. So that's the first one. Oh god. All right, second one. 6. Let's see if it's still. I'm going to take another 9 points. Another 9 points of luck because I rolled the same. Okay. Did that also have 6 points? Yeah, that also says 6 points of damage.
Whew.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you spend
All right.
9 luck to turn the second one into a success, and another 6 points of damage. Boom, boom. She just gets hit by these bullets from the darkness.
One more. Come on. Let's see if I could. Please don't be too hard. Okay. That is still a hard success because I rolled 37 versus 67. I'm going to spend 3 points to make that a hard success.
Okay, and that was your worst roll?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right, so you don't have to, if it's a regular success, a hard success won't make any
Yeah, I
difference.
don't think it changes
Yeah,
that.
I think it's
okay.
just a crit.
All right, let's. All right,
As
let's
long as
just
that's your
do-
worst roll, then yeah, that's just a hit.
let's just not spend because it only was 1 point of damage on that one anyway.
Okay.
So
And
13
that was
points
1
of
point
damage.
All right, so
Points of damage.
13 points of damage. Just
Jeez.
pow, 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 lit her up. And it's her turn. Man, oh man, oh man. Standing right next to Margot, but she has taken now a shotgun blast at point blank range and now 3 bullets from Feyrouz. She's smart. She knows that Desmond and Carter have melee weapons. She's smart. She knows that Margot has only fired 1 of her 2 bullets. Oh, man. Feyrouz, you don't know how crucial that turn was to sort of what she does now.
I'm nauseous. Are the swords just ceremonial, or do they do something cool? Like, do they do any
scepters?
special? Yeah, the scepters.
I don't know. Desmond's got them.
Desmond's got
I know.
Gavigan's scepters. Yeah, he's
right.
holding them.
That's what I'm asking. Like, do they do special?
Is
we're about to find out.
Is the power of the Black Pharaoh currently flowing into me?
Yeah.
I will
We need
say,
to know.
upon holding them, you feel imbued with some spirit.
I can't wait till it's your turn.
Until you
that'd be cool.
have time to kind of figure out what that means. It's just, you just feel, you know what you feel like? You feel the exact same way. Now you wouldn't know this. You feel the exact same way Feyrouz felt when she held that scepter aloft at the end of season 1. Something within these implements is
Does he
giving
also
you
have abs now?
He's kind of ripped. Yeah. Something within these scepters and these implements is giving you some sort of power that you have never felt before, but you don't know what that power is.
Okay.
Meanwhile, it is Shafiq's turn. Oh, man.
I hate this.
I'm having so much fun. I love this. Like, fuck me up.
I mean,
Fuck
I
me
love
up,
it,
girl.
but I hate it.
Or try to and don't.
I love it. I hate it. I love it. I hate it.
I hate my hit points.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, Feyrouz is 1 single hit away from permanently dying. Margaret, you're pretty good, right? You just took a little
I didn't take
noxious
any
view.
hit points yet. Just one
Took
to.
Oh
my
no,
stats.
you. That
Just
thing was
aged.
at you. Everybody else took 1. All right. All right. So. She is going to use both of her actions to run. She just looks at the situation, and she just starts backing up, and starts running. So she's able to create significant distance. That's her turn. I thought about this really, really hard. I'm trying to get into her skin. That's what she does right now. There are 2 sisters left.
Bulletproof skin.
Her calloused, bulletproof skin has been blown apart by these weapons. It is one of the remaining 2 sisters' turn. They've seen that the other sisters have gone down, but their mission. Does their mission remain the same here?
Yeah, their captain is fleeing.
Their leader is fleeing
Their
from
Leader
us.
is fleeing.
Your Honor.
And
So they
Margot
need
still
to-
has bullets.
She saw one of her sisters go down with a punch to the chest.
Here's the thing. Their initial desire was to bring you towards the stele, perhaps to sacrifice you. Now that Zara is running, their desire is to kill you so that you cannot pursue her. So,
Fair enough.
just trying to get in the minds of these characters. They are her acolytes, and they will turn on you guys. Carter killed 1. Feyrouz killed 1. So they're coming
and
after
I heroically
Desmond.
pulled my wrist free from
So there should be 1 more because there were 3 plus Zara.
There was 4. The one for each
4
of you
plus-
and
There's
Zara.
4 of
So
them, yeah.
one's going to attack Desmond. One's going to attack Margot because Feyrouz and Carter killed the other 2.
Got it.
So the
got it.
first one, just like outside of Henson Manufacturing, will go to stab Desmond. Desmond, do you dodge or fight back?
I feel the power of the Black Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to parry the attack with my awesome new scepter.
That is
Just some
That is
slot
really-
stick fighting.
really cool. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a bonus die because there is some, even though you do not know what this power is, you are imbued with something here.
Guiding my hand.
Oh my.
What do you roll for the scepter? A brawl?
Well, oh god. Oh no. I rolled a failure, a 92 over 55, not a fumble.
Did you roll the bonus die?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
did you
that's
roll?
right.
You got a
Bone.
bonus.
I'm in
Roll
the
that
bone zone.
bone.
82
Oh,
over 55. Hey guys, it's an improvement. Yeah.
Sorry,
Can
I'm
you-
just doing the math here. I rolled a 1.
Oh, shit.
Well,
What math are you doing?
I was just like, I
probably
think
tallying up all the damage. I'm
Max
gonna-
damage math.
I think I just killed this.
Cool. Bring it on.
I think that's what happened here with an impaling knife. I rolled a 1 under.
She has a knife?
Yeah, she pulled out the knife to try and stab.
You guys.
Shame.
You guys.
Stop showing the card.
Stop showing us the card.
I just want to make. The only thing I want to make sure of, because character death is when we. Michael brought up a good point. Wait,
No, this
it
was
wasn't
not me.
fight
This was
back.
not my
It
turn.
was. It was the cultist turn. Yeah,
Desmond
you
was
can't get
fighting
max
back.
damage on a fight back.
I
what I
was
want to
fighting
make
back.
sure of is that you guys killed. That these cultists get to go. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
had, because 2 of them rolled between Desmond and Carter, and 2 of them rolled between Shafiq and Desmond.
Yeah.
And you can't spend luck on a fight back? Do you have the luck to do it?
Did Fairuz, you have build 1. They went after you with build 1.
Yeah.
The ones that I have left are build 0.
Which means
I
what?
guess it doesn't matter, Ross, if you had enough because he rolled a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 1. I have these a
'Cause I have to
D100.
get it down to an extreme.
I have an old D100 set that is like one of my early, like right when we started this company, sets that I bought. It was like my treat myself dice, and they I still use them, even though one side on the 10s, if you can see that, is blank. And so whenever I roll it, I'm like, I think that's 00. Let me just make absolutely sure. And so I check all the other numbers, and sure enough, it's 00, and the other one was a 1. So that is an impaling weapon.
Yeah. I don't have enough luck to get it down to the level that I would need to parry this blow.
So talk me through this, Desmond.
Okay. I've got these 2 scepters in my hand. I see the woman kind of turn towards me as Shafiq is making good her escape. And maybe, yes, the egalitarian principles that I've tried to live my life by are being, by these scepters, suddenly sort of replaced by the hubris of the Pharaoh. There are some born for greatness, each according to their desert, and some deserve more. And you do not deserve this power. As the blade comes towards me, and I cross the scepters to try to intercept this knife, but the ways of the Pharaoh are tricky and deceptive, and it is though it passes straight through my attempt to parry this blade, as this ceremonial dagger of hers is buried in me. Oh, how many points of damage is this?
I believe it's max damage plus max DB, which would be 12. And then I think you get another DB, which we're already over.
Yeah, that puts me into negative.
Oh wait, was
territory.
it's a D6? It's a max D6 plus a max D4?
It's a D6 plus a D. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong cultist.
Stop the
come on,
presses.
Hold on. Okay. All right. So let me just, Michael, I want to make sure I get this right. I just assumed it was death. I was looking at the cultists that were with Gavigan. Every single one of these cultists has a different damage bonus and a different strength, and I pre-rolled what each number was. So let's see what her number was. She was a Sister 1. Sister 1's does not have a damage bonus.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now here's the question. Michael, what is the crit on an impale? It's max damage plus max damage bonus plus another max damage bonus, because in that case it would only be 6 points of damage.
Crit on an impale.
Kate?
Sounds
Kate's
like
our new
that's what
Michael.
it is. Yeah, max weapon plus max DB, and if she doesn't have a damage bonus, then it's just max weapon.
There are some of the cultists have 1d4 damage bonus. One of them has 1d6, but the one that I pre-rolled has a 0 damage bonus. You take 6 points of damage, which is a major wound. So give me a con save. Holy shit! I thought that was game.
I thought it was curtains.
Yeah.
I have so many tabs open.
Extreme success on the Constitution save.
Oh my god!
Nice.
The workers aren't dead yet, baby. Let's go.
Holy shit. So it gets through, you cross the scepters and it stabs right through. Perhaps 3 of swords. Again, 3 swords crossing over, coming straight for your heart.
3 blades. Clink, chink. 1 making contact.
All right, so you and Fairuz have a major wound. This is really bad. Now, the other sister is going after Margot. Let me make sure here. This is sister number 2. All right. Are you dodging or are you fighting back? You can continue on the dodge route there, Margot.
I'm dodging.
Okay. Can't roll another one, right? Can't roll another one.
I swear to God.
Okay.
Regular success is 28. Wait. 28 under 51. Do I want to spend 3 to make it a hard? What did you get?
I got a regular success.
Okay, then I'm not going to spend a 3 luck.
I was 1 point away from a hard success.
Oh, and point of order. That didn't get me down by half entirely. I'm 1 point away, but that was not a major wound either.
Nice.
Oh, you have 13 hit points?
13 is my max.
13 is your max.
Dang.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Rise up. Let's go.
What am I saying?
This
All of us
party.
Together. Comrades.
You just hold up a wrench that we didn't even know you had.
Yeah, very constructivist poster.
This is amazing. All right, so Margot dodges out of the way. I thought that was it for Desmond. It's Desmond, Carter, Margot, Fairuz's turn.
got this.
Shafiq has run.
We got
There's
this.
2 more sisters. Do you let Shafiq go? Do you kill the
No.
sisters? Do you run now? What do you do? Desmond.
I mean, I want Shafiq, but it doesn't sound like I can get out of this little pickle I'm in. I currently have a knife in me either way. Correct? So
Yeah, you are.
I need to dispatch this woman who's stabbed me.
Yeah, they are crazy-eyed. I mean, they are fanatical devotees to Shafiq. You can see it. You can sense it in their eyes. They will protect their mistress at all costs.
Yes.
But they will fight back.
It's a shame that you're deluded. But you have to perish. And I will attack her with the scepters.
Okay. Oh, you're going to just boom, swing a scepter down? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna scissor style, just wink.
Nice.
Go right across.
Okay.
Here we go. What? Please be better than I've been. Yeah. No, that's a failure.
It's a failure. Well, the good news is you're not going to die, but I rolled another extreme success with a 5.
Jesus.
However, since it's fighting back, it won't be max damage. I have to roll it. And that's going to be 3 points of damage.
I'm hanging by a thread.
And by a thread, but where it wasn't half in one pop, it won't be a major wound. However, you're going to need your friends to take this lady out before she gets another chance to stab you. It is Carter's turn.
Okay, so there's one that's kind of like engaged with Margot, and then there's one that I'm assuming is closer to me that's engaged with Desmond.
Correct.
I mean, do I just try to throw her into a monster again? Just do the double monster feeding time? Do I stab her?
Tough call. You look over at the monsters, and they are, they're done with the people on the stele.
That's not great.
You don't see Barrington. There's just blood where Barrington was.
Yeah.
There are other people that they're just kind of gnawing on. They're tearing the skin from their bones. The cultists are starting to disperse everywhere. You think that some have noticed that something's gone wrong or seen
beyond
Gavigan
the monsters
on the
eating their
ground.
friends.
Yeah, it's just pure madness.
Okay. I guess I'll just try to stab this woman in the back.
Okay. So you come running up to stab her from behind.
I think so. If she's kind of working
All right.
with Desmond.
She's already fought back this round, so give yourself a bonus die.
I will, sir.
I will, sir.
How about I don't even roll the other? Well, let me roll the other one. Actually, no, I can't because it's a fucking 2.
Extreme success.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, and I failed on my fight back. So give me the damage.
It's an impaling weapon, right? It's it's the whole knife situation.
It's max damage plus max DB. D6
So
plus
D4, so it's a 10.
10, and you kill her.
And
There's
then
one.
I just come up behind her and get her in the back of the neck, and as she starts to go down, I just go, boy power.
No, the fuck you didn't.
Carter. So weird.
Someone stands up for the boys for once.
You know, the boys are kind of up against the wall right now. I feel like
For once.
Boys are back in town.
you know how hard it is being a guy.
Clip this out. Yeah.
It's hard for him for like 2 seconds. You know how hard this is?
Margot, it's your turn.
Did I mention I'm straight and white? It's fucking hard.
Finally, my time.
My time to shine.
You're the most targeted group. Yeah.
Yeah.
Margot, it's your turn. There is one of these sisters still on you. Shafiq, you can see her running.
But she double moved and she has a movement of 8.
Her movement is, how do you know her movement? Or Margot's movement?
I'm just guessing because I think 8 is the average. Mine's 8.
Let me see.
Same.
Are we getting into movement? You want to
Well,
talk
'cause
movement?
I wanna
We're
know
talking
if I-
movement?
I want to know
We
if I
talking
can run
chase
up to
dynamics?
her and
She does
point.
have a move 8. Hey, what? Is that Sandy Peterson over there? How do you know these moves so damn well?
Open book test.
Wow. She doesn't need to study.
I don't need to
Oh,
study.
great. My Willow quote.
I want to know if I run up.
if she really loves me.
If I run up to her, is that everything I can do in the round? Because she, like, quote unquote, double moved. I would have to double move to keep up with her, and I wouldn't be able to shoot.
And
Yes,
you still have the
correct.
penalty on because she's moving
Or-
and shooting at her.
Correct. You
I
would close
could-
the distance, but you would keep her in your sights because you
Yeah.
feel like if you don't pursue her, it won't be long before she's in the woods and harder to find. So this is a critical decision for
Yeah.
Margot Sauer that may be different from the group.
I thought we were GTFOing.
Or I can use one action to move, be within 10 feet, and just not have point blank bonus dice.
You would start taking penalty dice because of the shotgun from a
Right.
certain range starts taking
'Cause I-
a significant penalty because of its scatter.
I have to be close.
It doesn't mean you couldn't hit her, but you'd be at a great disadvantage. Shotgun works
sorry,
best.
Troy.
Yeah.
I didn't just interrupt for a second. Carter did the horrifying line as he killed that woman, and then with movement, I guess I'll start closing the gap towards the other warrior. I mean, the
Towards
other
the one
woman.
that's on Margot.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we
There's
just
one,
start
there's
hitting
one
that.
like you see one stabbing at Margot, so you run towards her.
Yeah. Just so that's clear in terms of
Okay,
my. 'cause
gotcha.
I never did a movement thing.
Yeah, Margot, we can get into the range here, but
Yeah.
the shotgun works best at like short to point blank range.
Especially mine because it's sawed off. If I just get into the mindset of Margot and what I think is going on, especially with like backstory stuff and potential epilogue stuff, eye on the prize. Like, she wants to take down all of this and she's going to double move to stay on Zara.
Double move to stay on Zara, leaving the mystery squad. Fuck. Behind. Beirut has, what, 2 hit points?
Yeah.
Wow. It is Beirut's turn, followed by Shafiq, followed by Sister.
I'm gonna shoot for that sister.
Okay, how are we doing bullet-wise here?
I
spent a
reloaded.
round to
I
reload all
spent a ra-
6.
Yeah, I spent a round to reload all 6. 3 went out, so I still have 3, which I
Okay.
will now empty into this.
All right,
Into this sister.
rock and roll.
Come on.
Okay, let's see if I could. All right. Still a. Is it still? It's still a hard success. Because it's.
It's amazing. All right, so with the penalty dice, still a hard success. Regular damage.
Okay, so
Which
it's
is
5 points of damage for the first one.
Okay.
Come on.
Boom! With their amount of hit points, another good hit like that might do it.
All right, here we go. Let's see how I do to this one. So I rolled the exact same fucking thing as.
Nice.
All right, so 2 points for that one.
Okay.
7
Not enough
total.
to kill her. Not enough to kill her. Ooh.
Here we
Right.
go.
Which-
Just this one hit.
Oh,
I know it's an extreme success, and I'm going to be mad that I didn't. And I rolled the same fucking thing again. Okay, but it is still still going to be like a hard success.
Jeepers crow. All right, so you rolled a
And it
3
is-
and a what, a 23 or 33?
Yes, fuck him, 33, yeah.
Yeah, 3 and a 33. All right, so another. All right, so how much damage?
6 points. That is extreme damage for that one. So
You kill her. You kill her.
Yes.
And which sister was that? Who were they engaged with?
That was the one that was engaged
was
with
the
Margot.
one
That was the
yeah,
last
Margot.
one that
And
seemed
I'm
really a
gonna
part of this.
use can I use my movement to start GTFOing?
Yes. Yeah, there's still gonna be some space between you and
Sure.
Margot and her. But yeah, you're going that way.
I'm heading for the cars.
All right, it's Shafiq's turn. Margot,
What?
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Might have to kill you.
You could try.
I'm thinking about it. I have so many cool things I can do. I'm trying to decide which route to take. She doesn't know. I'm going to say she doesn't know right now that those sisters are dead. She just wanted to get away. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. Right? Yeah. I need a power roll. An
Okay.
Opposed power roll.
Opposed power.
She just looks back at you and she's like, you just run. Just run. You could have run. Let me start over. I am not the man that Gavigan was. Just run. But in your heart, you know, not unlike Jackson Elias, not unlike the enemies of Gavigan, you will never be safe as long as she is still out there. So you pursued, but at what cost?
God, okay.
I don't know if that's a happy laugh or a very
What'd you
sad
get?
laugh. I haven't rolled yet. All right, here we go. Extreme success.
Extreme success.
Okay, now it comes down on a tie. Who has the higher power?
Oh, Margot, this is what
my
you were built for. Come on. Your sanity's insane. Come on.
What is your POW?
With the -1, it's an 84.
The reason she rolled an extreme success is her power is 100.
Oh,
It's very easy for her to roll an extreme
Okay.
success. I'm glad I looked up this rule. What happens in the event of a tie? So, here's what happens to you, Margot. My goodness gracious. You immediately lose 5 sanity points and go temporarily insane without an intelligence roll.
Okay.
All right, which will trigger a bout of madness.
Fun.
And here's what the bout of madness is going to be. You are, you like ran up to her and she just like turns and like invokes her gods. And you just like feel this like blast in your mind of blurriness. And you look up and you see like a cultist in the distance. And he just turns and like takes his hood off. And it's Gunter. And Gunter is just like doing this to you, and you feel compelled to run toward Gunter on your turn.
Fuck.
Come on. It is now, and then she's going to, with her move action, move another 8. It is Desmond's turn.
Oh my god.
Is the sister that I was engaged with, are they kaput?
Everyone's dead except Zara and all these wild cultists.
Great.
And I am bleeding terribly.
Right.
There's a huge red spot forming on the Ankh robe.
You and Fayrouz are one hit away from permanent death. You know, any hit over 2 or 3 hit points, right?
Yeah, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Just hearing the sound of these beasts behind him, like fraying his own sanity. And he will just begin moving in the direction that others are moving. Was Fayrouz running towards the cars?
Yep.
Fayrouz is Oh, you're running towards the cars, not towards Margot?
No, I'm
okay.
GTFOing. My guests are flabbered right now. I cannot
Your guests
do
are
it.
flabbered.
Yes, I'm also quite flabbered.
I thought that Zara was running also back towards the house. Zara ran in
Zara's running north into the woods.
Yeah.
In the direction of the woods. Okay. Your guys are running back south towards the front of Fayrouz is running back towards south. Margot went this way. Desmond, you have a choice to make. Are you going to go with Margot or follow Fayrouz towards the cars?
I think the wound that he's taken is, while not technically major, is still significant enough to try to drive him in the footsteps of Fayrouz. So he's kind of hobbling past these writhing cultists away from the creatures, following towards the cars.
Okay. Carter, you are left standing there. You know Margot ran after Zara. You don't know what's going on up there. You think you can kind of see them. They're beyond the circle of torchlight at this point. Margot pursued them in the darkness, but you turn and you see Desmond and Fayrouz running towards the cars, probably motioning to you.
I have to get out of here, man.
What do you do?
I mean, he just sort of like looks back and forth and then just runs into the woods. I mean, he's not going to leave Margot. That just wouldn't work out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Runs in the direction of Margot.
I think he sees them. He sees, like, the car or whatever, like the clearing. He sees kind of like freedom, but this would be, before.
Do you make it all the way to like where we are?
I don't know. I just turned. I see that they're going. I see freedom, but then I'm like, there's no way. This is not me anymore. I'm not that person. And I turn and I run towards Margot.
Okay. All right. So here's what happens. You start running towards Margot. I would say you get beyond the torchlight of this circle. You just hear screaming in the distance. You still feel the presence of these heralds, these giant fucking things tearing people apart, screaming, dispersing. There are cultists running everywhere now. They're running away from the scene of this. They realize that Shafiq and Gavigan have abandoned them, or some of them see Gavigan dead. You run into the clearing. You see Shafiq has significant distance on you, but you see Margot just like running at this random dude standing there.
So there is a cultist like standing there?
Yeah, you can't make out his face, but you see Margot like determinedly like making her way towards there. And it goes to Margot's turn now at the top of the new round. Margot, I'm gonna make you follow through with this. You're running towards this guy. Do you want to tackle him, stab him, punch him, shoot him with your shotgun? You're just like insane. What are your feelings towards Gunter in this moment that make you rush towards him?
I'm like not happy with him, but like I don't think she wants to kill him.
Okay.
But so I'm compelled to run toward him. And then what? I feel like once she gets there, she's like, I don't give a shit if you're here. I have a job to do, and you know that.
Yeah, as you run towards him, you see his face, and it like keeps going in and out between Gunter's face and some guy you don't recognize at all. It's like back to Gunter and like some guy, and it's just very disorienting and confusing. You thought it was Gunter, but now you're not sure. But you look again, and it is Gunter, and you're just like, your head starts to hurt from this this back and forth pull where you don't know what you're looking at or why you ran in this direction.
I also think, by the way, to interject, I feel like Carter seeing Margot, and sure, you can negate this if you think this counts as like an action, but I think he just starts screaming her name.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. You just hear
Margot!
So, yeah, like, this is so, like, cute story-wise. But, like, I'm just, like, thinking about how this is playing out for Margot. It's like, she sees Gunter. She's like, why am I running towards you? Like, why are you even here? Whatever. But then she's about to snap out of it and maybe turn back around. to pursue Zara, but right at the last second, she hears Carter being like, Margot! And she like looks just to the side and sees you. So she doesn't run towards Zara. She's like, oh, everyone's running away. Oh, okay.
She turns towards Carter.
And she runs with you guys to the cars.
There it is.
Yeah, Carter's like, come on, we gotta go.
She's like looking at the guy who she thought was Gunter, looking at Carter, and she's just like, she runs towards Carter.
Yeah, Carter grabs her hand and starts running.
With the wounds that Desmond and Fairuz sustained, to continue to pursue this High Priestess would mean certain death. Margot and Carter still had that fortitude to do it, but she could have very well been a one-man army to wipe out at least one of you. And at this point, you've at least killed Gavigan, so you run towards the house. There's people everywhere. I mean, it's just, you have to imagine the scene. You can imagine it better than I can explain it. And you're just kind of wading through this nonsense in slow motion. You get to one of the cars. Does anybody have the ability to hotwire a car?
Let me see my hotwire skill.
They didn't leave the keys in the car. They actually were concerned people were going to steal the car. I'll tell you what I do have is drive auto. I could try a mechanical repair.
Good. Yeah, mechanical repair. I want to hold you over the coals for this. I want to see how this plays out.
Or electrical repair. Which one? I mean, they're the same. It doesn't matter. I'll try it. I can break into anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is your gym. You've hotwired some cars, I'm sure, in your day.
I can steal anything. While they're like in the back, like, I'm fucking dying. Oh, locksmith can hotwire cars.
Yeah.
His superpower.
The final locksmith
It makes
role
sense.
of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I fucked it up.
Push it or luck.
Oh, I gotta push it. It's an 89. I'm pushing it. Just like, he's like sweating, and it's like, this is a newer model. It's just like smashing, like just desperate. Like, there's not even like, it's just smashing wires together.
Maybe your hand's sweaty from holding mine.
Yeah, yep.
Thomas, you gotta do it. You gotta do it, man.
I'm on it. I got it. Everyone calm down. It's almost the same.
Well, like I said, I'm not going to hold you over the coals, but that is a failed push
I didn't even
roll.
have the luck to deal with it before the push.
Yeah, so you get that thing fired up, and it's just like, and you start driving off, and like somebody jumps on the hood of the car, and it's just like smashing the window as you're driving off, and you just drive towards the gate, and the gate is locked. I'm assuming you just floor it and go straight through.
Could I do it just because I have not rolled it at all? Could I do a drive auto roll to shake?
Give me that drive auto roll,
to shake the person off? I want to like
check.
Yeah. Come on, baby. 41 under 50.
Oh yeah,
Check that drive auto.
It's like spins the wheel so that we do a 360, and everyone's like, and the guy goes flying off to the side.
Falls off the side. Boom! You burst through the gates. And you drive off into the night, and we just pull from wide up in the sky and see just hell on earth with you guys peeling off away from it.
Do you guys want me to read this card before we go into the...
Please, what did the tarot say? Because it came up so many times.
Yeah, it came up so many times. So... First, the description, 3 swords piercing a heart, cloud and raid behind, divinatory meanings, removal, absence, delay, division, rupture, dispersion, and all the design signifies naturally. So whatever, like, little things that came up until that point, you guys.
Wow. No one just dropped a mic, but it was a tarot card.
Yeah.
Scotcher done before.
That's amazing. I thought Desmond was killed there.
Oh, God.
Nat 1 followed by a Nat 5. 2 extreme successes. Just remarkable. Remarkable that was the cultist that didn't have a damage bonus. So we black out from there. Let's not worry too much about how much time passes between that moment and what we see next from each of you. Fairuz, how do we wrap Fairuz's story up here?
We see maybe sitting outside in a garden on a nice sunny day. Fairuz she still looks pretty beat up, but you can tell some time has gone by because she's, convalescing. And beside her is Vaughn, because she is recuperating at Eagle's Range. And she is and I will say that she is, caught Vaughn up into like how this happened to her. But
Yes.
Vaughn, there's something I haven't told you yet. Remember how I went to go give get that address from that one soldier from my mother's diary?
Yes, Emile L, was it?
Emile L.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he has passed, but to my great surprise, I have discovered that I have a brother.
Really?
He seemed so terrified, thought that I was there to do some ill will, because there are people after him too. Something about my mother. She might still be alive, Vaughn. And I don't know how this all ties, and I haven't spoken to my father yet about any of this.
Yes.
But he hid this from me. He hid this from me. And I don't know why. There must be something to do with why my now brother is scared for his life.
I'm not deaf to the wafts of chatter that go between you and Miss Sa. I'm not blind, I can see certain markings. I know I'm not one of the initiated. But, I am curious to know about the nature of the organization in which it seems you are involved.
Well, to be honest, I wasn't sure if there was any way that anything connected with me and Margot. To my understanding, we were both, early initiates, and there isn't much that, I've been told, other than it all seemed like quaint social gatherings, climbing up ladders, meeting people. In the beginning, I don't know what this means, but ever since I've learned that information, Margot has been acting quite strangely towards me. And I'm not sure why.
If everything you've told me is true, since I've been in your company, I dare say that my paranoid streak has rather grown. And if this world is fretted round with brotherhoods, sororities, cults, sects, I only hope you know what sort of order it is that you've gotten yourself involved in, and what their motives are. Because it seems that the ones that we've come into contact with are in deep communication with one another.
Those things that we saw at Gavigan's house, it's proof. Everything is connected.
Yes.
we're getting so close, and I don't know what this means. I don't know who to believe. Vaughn, there are proof. We've seen that there are either doppelgangers or shapeshifters. That is how we were able to be tracked. I'm sure that was how, and maybe that had something to do with how things in your room have been looked at and confiscated. I'm starting to question, is my father even my father? How do we know? We must find a way. We must find a way to question something so that if anything happens, we know who we are to each other.
Yes. Well, perhaps one day your father will just turn up. One never knows. Each mystery reveals more mysteries.
Indeed.
But for now, at least, though wounded, you are safe.
For now.
And there is a great comfort in that. Although now it seems that if everything you've told me and everything you've discovered is so, my thoughts can't help turning east. Who indeed is this colourfully pseudonymed character that is writing with Gavigan and his acolytes from Shanghai?
And what does this Jack Brady fellow know?
Yes.
That would cause him to be on the run like this?
Well, for now at least.
If anything happens to me, I want to leave this with you. And she hands him the journal.
Yes.
And you will see there's like little added papers that have been stuffed into the back, and they are Feyrouz's journal entries from finding out about her brother to post this battle, that are stuffed in there as well.
A lot of catching up to do. I try to keep my reading of a more lyrical and poetic variety now. One can't spend one's life jumping at shadows. But with prayer and the rosary, I find that while the clientele of the B&B are a rather boorish sort, there is a convalescing that one can find here. Even though, rude ne'er-do-wells from the south are tramping through my mother's garden, attempting to put up croquet wickets. Damned annoying. But, yes, I'll read all of this and hope to, convalesce further, as you should. As you should as well, darling. As you should as well. Yeah, he is quite salubrious.
And have you gotten any more visitors?
Looks over at the chair. And no one's there.
No. My existence has become, rather solitary in a little room, but, that, I think, is what I need. I take my little walks, I have my tea, I have my cigarette. And that is a great comfort that you are here.
I'd like very much to meet this colourful Irish fellow you keep bringing up.
We'll
I'm not
get
sure
out of
how
that.
you get along.
We'll get out of that scene when, like, maybe they lay their hands on top of each other, a sign of affection, bond. And then we see Margot. Margot, the insanity, that temporary insanity, it lingers with you for a couple of days afterwards. You're never quite right. You always see Gunter out of the corner of your eye there, and you know he's not there, and eventually you start to get a grip, and it no longer happens. That feeling of your strength, your power, your appearance lessening, even ever so slightly, continues. It doesn't go away. It's so small, but you look in the mirror, and even like wrinkles that weren't there a couple days ago are there, and it's small. I don't know how much you prize your looks or your strength or your this or your that, but they've been ever so slightly diminished by this power from beyond. You empathize with Carter even more in that moment. What are these moments after for you like?
Well, I feel like especially with the sanity loss, that moment where she thought she saw Gunter, but then like compounding it with the cars following us, doppelgangers probably, just like nothing being what it seems. I think that it's like manifesting in like a longer standing paranoia of just like who's watching, are people who they say they are. Like if a car drives by her a little too slow, she's like watching it and maybe like mentally takes down the license plate number. And like maybe we see her like sitting in a cafe by herself, like reading one of her weird, gross books that she's collected. But as she's reading it, she's never like fully immersed in the book. Like her eyes are always darting up, not her head, just her eyes, just darting up, looking around her, just surveying everyone and the people. And like, I'm sorry, I went to like the Troy Lavallee school of fucking cutscenes. But maybe, maybe
You got
like,
into that school?
I got a scholarship. No.
Full ride.
So like, as she's like darting around, it's like zooming in on her eyes, and then it's just her eyes, and then it just slowly starts panning out, and she's still nervous, still darting around, but as it zooms out, she's hooded. And it's like she's at a hooded ceremony again. And she holds the Hebrew written scroll in her hand. And she holds the 2 vials. And she's at a ritual. Maybe there's other stuff happening around her. Like maybe there's some blood and screaming involved. Who knows what happens at rituals, but it's all kind of dark. Not as wild as the one we just experienced. But as the like ritual takes place at the end of it, like she's standing in front of the leader with these items. And the leader just starts saying, "We now commence this ritual of the Order of the Forgotten Elders, seekers of the unspeakable truths beyond the fragile veil of the sanity of mankind, the arcane guardians of the profound abyssal depths, devotees of the whispering void, keepers of the esoteric." They keep going. It's a very long name. Perhaps it's why we call it the Order. At the end of the ritual, Margot kneels in front of the seated leader who's making this commencement speech and holds his right hand in hers as she looks up at him. And he's speaking to her and he says, "The Order bestows upon you, Margot Sauer, to carry out your next and perhaps final rites. You are to also continue with your assignment regarding Feyruz Gibran and heed to your new orders regarding Carter Tillinghast, Desmond Mahoney, and Vaughn Villiers, as their fates are now entwined with ours. So, She hears that while holding his hand, and she bows her head down, and they both say together, "What was once forgotten shall be known again." And she kisses his hand.
Oh my.
And that's it.
Oh, I love it. We gingerly take that vial away and hold it up to the light. We're nodding at each other, reading the scroll, nodding at each other. Get out of there. What about old Desmond? What's life like for Desmond? He survived, barely. He saw his life flash behind his eyes when we didn't know the rules.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He thought he was, and I think, he absolutely thought he was dead. He did see his life flash. He was like, I'm a dead man. I am a dead man. And maybe just see a flash of him in a hospital, like, his bandages are getting changed. See him almost like struggling to walk weeks later. And then see him shouting, red-faced, in a small room of other people, young women and men in jackets, long beards, big posters on the wall. It's like, you do not understand. There's a spiritual dimension of our struggle that you do not understand. There's an inverted pyramid overlying you. No, I'm not the madman. You're the madman. As he's being carried on, they're like, boo, boo, Comrade Stalin will raise you. Comrade Trotsky needs us right now more than ever. As like things are getting thrown around. As he's getting into fucking pricks. He's getting into a fist fight. A highly edited story coming out in the scoop. And you just see him like kind of bags under his eyes, chatting with a young woman. It's like, I'd love you to get a real start doing a translation, see, on what I got here. He's got the songs of the Jinn there. Just want some of the dog-eared passages, the places that have been read over. I'd love to get to know exactly what's being said here. There's a global conspiracy, you understand. A spectre is haunting not just Europe, but the entire world. Our time is short. Leave him sort of pounding the pavement, learning more, and returning to his small apartment, putting things back, setting things in order, and laying his hand gently on two scepters crossed on his table. It's like, yes.
Every time you touch them, you feel that power.
All of us shall rise in the workers' paradise that is to come. It shall take a vanguard to lead them. A powerful vanguard.
Maybe leave him there.
Holding these fucking scepters, just radiating with an unseen force. About Carter.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I thought I was gonna die. I put a ton of thought into the epilogue. I think Carter's staring in a mirror in a bathroom and is like thinking about, it's like maybe we hear Zara Shafiq's voice, like, I can heal the other side of your face, like you can be whole again, like that kind of a thing. And he's like sitting there, he's looking in the mirror and he's like touching the mask, and then he pulls it off, and it's just the wound. I mean, it's just the hole, the deep shadow kind of inside of it. And he's looking at it, he's touching it again. And then he kind of like shakes it off and he puts the mask back on, clears his throat, and walks out of the bathroom. And we cut to outside this cafe, and Margot's sitting there at the table that she was talking about, sitting at the cafe. Maybe she's in her own head, with everything that Kate was describing, and kind of snaps out of his car to like walks up. Sorry, I just had to take a mean whiz.
Oh.
Like sits down with her, but he's got this bag in his hand, and he's like, so thanks for meeting up with me. I just figured, been through so much, you deserve a croissant. Here's the croissant that I ordered for you. And then goes into this bag and pulls out those paints that he got her from before. And he's like, here. And he like puts the paints in front of her, and he like leans forward and he leans the mask, kind of like angles the mask towards her. And he just says, show me who I am. And then maybe we start to just like pan out and like zoom out from that.
Oh, I love it.
My heart. Oh God.
Show me who I am.
I'm crying and throwing up.
So I went into these last 2 weeks thinking of 19 and 20. Episode 19 and 20 is like part of one larger finale. So when I started last week's episode with the Radiohead with the national anthem, I was just in my head. I was like, I see our final sort of montage at the end. Also, I'll kick it back to Radiohead with the song "Everything in Its Right
Troy,
Place."
I swear to fucking God, I almost said that's what that was gonna play as it was zooming out, but I didn't want to like step on toes. That's fucking amazing.
Isn't that crazy? Dude, I love that.
Yeah.
Three swords. If the lyrics are too out there to kind of cut through to its significance, the title alone says it all.
And so we just start with that as we pan out from Carter. Do 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 do.
Man.
Everything. And we just, that's playing here. If you got it at home, turn it on. Everything. And we just, while that's playing, we pan across this scene of death and destruction outside of Misr House. Those two winged creatures are gone. And we just pan across all these figures. We see Gavigan's body, and we see these other two robed individuals just lying dead on the ground near each other. And we get really close to their faces, both of which are just like locked in this like grotesque look of fear and manicness, ecstasy. And they're the two people that we saw at the beginning of last week's episode. Their upside down Ankh necklaces peeking out of their initiate robes. They didn't make the cut, just smiling. From there, we go to the door, to the scoop. We see the scoop outside. Everything in its right place. And Mickey Mahoney is just typing away on his typewriter. His headline is like, "Cracking the foundation?" ? He continues typing. You just see his words. It's like, Pennu Foundation Director Edward Gavigan gone missing. Authorities, and he stops and like looks back to the door, maybe wondering if Desmond's gonna come back to work. And next, from there, we see a couple of children somewhere in the country, and they're like chasing each other and playing near the banks of, some estuary of the Thames River outside of London. And they're two boys, and they're running, and they're like playing tag. And as they're playing tag, the younger boy like points at something over near this embankment that leads down to the edge of the water. And so the older boy looks, and he like kind of starts sliding down, and he stops in shock and then just like runs away screaming, calling for his parents. And we just from there pan down to all these tall reeds and lower branches of a tree that kind of like touch the water, and we see the bloated, waterlogged corpse of Yalesha Assam, the dancer from the Blue Pyramid Club, washed up on the shore of this estuary of the Thames. Yesterday I woke up sucking on lemon. We see the Laughing Horse Tavern, young Bill behind the bar, old Bill sucking on somebody's shirt, who knows? It's a busy night. The locals are doing their best to drink away the memories of the recent past, and among the crowd, we just spy this like distraught and obviously inebriated Lawrence Vane. And he just kind of like surveys all this merriment and disdain. Then he stumbles up to Bill behind the bar, orders a drink. Maybe Bill gives him a look like, well, why don't you just call it a night? But he like slams his fist on the bar and demands it. So Bill, hands him the drink. He grabs it, drinks half of it in one sip, and then he just kind of turns around and, just leans on the bar to survey everybody having fun. He's teetering on his feet, and as he does, he sees this woman like across the room eyeing him up, and he just kind of like gives a drunken smile. From there, we just kind of cut to an alleyway outside of the bar where we see the silhouette of two people having sex, standing up. We see Lawrence Vane has his pants around his ankles, and he's just sloppily like going at this woman from behind, and we close in on his face. It's just like bestial in his sad, drunken state. And then finally he climaxes, and his howls just echo through the valley all the way into the Blue John Cavern. We wonder if the seed continues. From there we see an old nun walking through the hallways of some building carrying a tray of food. She walks down a row of doors, passing another nun in the hallway. They smile at each other. She comes to a door and unlocks it. And she says, "Lunchtime, Mr. Shipley." And we can see in the distance Miles Shipley sitting alone with his back to us on the floor of a small, kind of semi-padded room, all alone. And the nun is like fiddling with her keys and with the tray as she walks up to him. And she goes to give him the tray, and she just like drops the tray to the floor. Milk shatters, and this milk just kind of like rolls all the way to the wall, where we see red markings along the base of the wall, and the nun runs out of the room screaming. We pan up the wall, and we see the entire wall is covered in blood that has been like painted to represent a monstrous, otherworldly creature with just a single tentacle for a head, its arms stretched out against a blood-red sky. And from there, we just kind of come down to Shipley, who's sitting on the floor, and we see in front of him, he's covered in blood all the way from his face down to his lap, down to his arms, and he has like ripped his own face off with his fingernails and used it to paint the wall. There are two colors in my hair, there are two colors in my hair, what was it you tried to say? Next we hear the sounds of water, and watch as Captain Lars Torvac steps into view. He uncorks a bottle of aquavit and takes a swig as he watches men loading the last of several crates aboard the Ivory Wind. We see the mustachioed man that Carter saw in the warehouse earlier. He comes running up with a finger like, wait. And then 4 burly men come up carrying another crate that just made it to the shipment, one that perhaps almost missed the ship. And from there we just cut to the Ivory Wind, sailing alone in the ocean towards its destination. Try to say everything. And finally, we see the grounds of the now familiar Eagles Grange bed and breakfast once more. And we see Vaughn, maybe like back to when old Feyruz came in, and there must have been this moment when you thought, am I seeing Feyruz or am I seeing someone who's no longer there? But like I said, when you were talking to her, you look over and your brother's no longer there, and you realize that she's real.
Yes.
You're regaining your strength. What do you do?
Yes. You just without speaking, he just touches your hand and raises it to his mouth and gives it kind of a gentlemanly kiss, and it's lovely to see you, Miss Gibran. You've caught me in something of a reverie, and there's books everywhere in his room come library. You can see where he's maybe written you the letter that accompanied the Valentine's Day present there. And there's a book of John Donne's poems open next to it, like correspondence from Elias littering everything, lots of cigarettes, rosary beads. I was terribly worried that I should not see you again, or if I did see you, that I would not be able to trust my eyes. But I am beginning to trust them a little bit more now, with rest. There is great comfort in these things. And he sits down at his table overlooking the Eagles Grange bed and breakfast, nighttime, and a single lamp glowing next to it. His finger sort of caresses the page. Holy sonnets. It's like, death thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and doth with poison, war, and sickness dwell. And poppy or charms can make us sleep as well, and better than thy stroke, why swell'st thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die. And he sort of shuts it, revealing a little page of one of Jackson Elias's letters full of translations, as his finger caresses a passage he does not say out loud, but which his eyes linger over. There is great comfort in that. There is great comfort in that. As he looks down at the passage, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons, even death may die.
How about a credit scene? Gotta have a credit scene, right? Credits roll. Stop. Like panting, we see Zara Shafiq, like just roll into an alleyway. She's like covered in blood, and she's just standing there. She just keeps looking like down the end of the alleyway. She's waiting. She's like all fucked up. And suddenly we see the young man from Empire Spices come in. The one that Vaughn and Fayrouz saw in the back room. Margot and Carter saw him inside as well. He comes into the alleyway and he's got like a garment bag, and Shafiq just like grabs the bag from the boy, and she's like, hold it. And she takes off all of her clothes and she's completely naked, but she's like covered in blood, so you don't really, it's not like graphic, it's just like a real, her body is still grotesque. And she like bends down and she starts mumbling to herself. She's like, she grabs her head and jolts it upward, and her eyes are like bulging out of her head. She continues chanting, praying, making some invocation until you finally hear the words Nyarlathotep, and her skin begins expanding and changing, and the bronze color of her arms turn like a pale white, also changing in shape as well. The boy is like, was trying to like steal a glance at her nude, but he like looks away in horror and almost like collapses, but then goes silent. And we look up and see this naked woman standing there with her back, and she's just putting on a dress that was in the garment bag, like, just a really simple middle-class London dress, slides on heels, and she turns to look at this boy, and it's just this, like, regular-looking middle-class white Londoner, and she just fixes her hat, holds her side, gives the boy a kiss on the cheek, and then calmly walks out of the alleyway. Another credit scene. Season 2, you gotta do 2 credit scenes. We just see Vaughn's mother.
That was the mid-credits, and now this is like the final.
This is like if you stay till the end.
Filmed on location in London, England.
The last credits roll, and then we hear like a ding, and we just see Vaughn's mother standing behind the front desk of the inn, and we hear a man's voice, and she looks up. He's like, it's an American accent. He's like, excuse me, I need to check out early. And she's like, no problem. I hope everything's all right. Yeah, I just have some pressing business to attend to that came up. He's like looking around. He's like, can we do this quick? And we turn and we see the man now, and it's the man that Carter chased out of the last Laughing Horse Tavern. And he's like looking toward the front door, and he's kind of in a rush, and Vaughn's mother just smiles, and she's gathering her paperwork. She's like, I'm glad everything was good. And your associate, we didn't see much of him during your stay. I hope everything was good with him as well. He's like, yes, he was fine. Everything was fine. I really must go. Are we all set here? And she's like, of course, we can take care of all this. Now, if you're ever here in the area again, and he's like, bye, and he just leaves. And she just kind of looks and goes back to what she's doing. And he walks outside, and we see his eyes follow Vaughn and Fayrouz getting into a car. I don't know if they're driving, if they're taking a cab or whatnot, but he's watching them. And he slows his pace a bit and then walks over to his car. He sits down in the driver's seat and just waits for Vaughn's vehicle to begin to move. And then he goes to adjust his mirror, and as he does, we see a man sitting in the back seat. It's Fayrouz's father. And he's just glaring at the young man who maybe takes that, like, swallow. Fayrouz's father doesn't look at the man, he just looks right past to Vaughn and Fayrouz. And then the man driving just looks at Fayrouz's father, who nods. The man takes off and follows their car. And folks, we will see you next season. That was a hell of a ride.
We did it,
And
y'all.
yet again,
Oh
the
my
mystery
God.
squad
God.
survives.
This one's not gonna go long.
Only a little long.
Holy shit.
That was the most fun I may have ever had gaming.
That
Wow.
was incredible.
Amazing
Wow.
work,
I
guys.
cannot
Thank you,
believe
Troy.
we survived.
Never
Seriously,
gonna die.
same.
Mystery
I
Squad
mean,
for life.
Stop us.
Now Ross gets to play 2 characters next season.
Yeah.
What is going on? A big thank you to everybody behind the scenes, Michael and CJ,
Yes.
everybody that watches this show every week. Please tell your friends we will be back. We will finish this adventure come hell or high water. And it won't be as long next time. Have a great Friday or Saturday.
Bye, guys. Thank you.